Ms. Cunningham, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor. The state calls Matt Gahant to the stand.
If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Matthew Gehant, Mattthew Gehant.
What is your occupation?
I'm Asset Protection Area Manager for Walmart Supply Chain.
How long have you been employed with Walmart?
Going on 19 years.
What do your responsibilities entail?
Currently, my responsibilities center around safety and compliance for the facility.
Okay. And then what specific location do you work out of?
It's Sterling, Illinois, DC 7024.
Back in July of 2020, what was the store that you were assigned to?
I was working at the Clinton, Iowa Walmart Supercenter, store 2889.
And then what was the nature of your position with the store at that time?
I was an asset protection manager. Main focus there was centered around security and preventing criminal activity, a little bit of safety, a little bit of compliance.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the Walmart store there in Clinton. Where is that store located relative to Highway 30? And then when you come into town, where it transitions into Lincoln Way?
So it'd be just north of Lincoln Way and then off of South 25th Street.
All right. Does the parking lot of the business actually run along Lincoln Way on one side? And would that be to the south?
The parking lot would be on the north side of Lincoln Way, and then there's a frontage road with a gas station in between.
Oh, absolutely. All right. That being said, could you describe for us the store itself? Does it have any video surveillance cameras affixed to it?
Yes, it does.
Where are video surveillance cameras affixed to the business?
We have several on the rooftops, several inside the facility, and then we have some that are actually built into the doorways of the facility, the entrance and the exit.
Okay. And then within the store itself, are there video surveillance cameras?
Yes.
What would be the positioning of video surveillance cameras throughout the store? And if you could speak specifically to the cash registers, I would appreciate that as well.
Yeah, so the cameras vary based off the store needs, but every point of sale, which would be every register in the facility, does have a camera dedicated to that specific register.
Okay. In the Walmart store at Clinton, if customers are checking out, are there checkout areas that are self-service?
That's correct.
And in those areas, are there surveillance cameras affixed to the registers that customers could use to check themselves out?
Yes, there are.
All right. Now, the other topic that I'd like to discuss, for the video surveillance cameras outside the store, would they pick up any activity in the parking lot?
Yes, they would.
Do they also pick up activity of individuals approaching the store and entering the store?
Yes.
And then once the subject enters the store, can you basically determine that individual's movement throughout the store up to the point of checkout and departure?
That's correct.
I want to direct your attention to July 11th of 2020. Were you contacted by law enforcement officers of the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that contact?
They basically just gave me a time frame, vehicle description, subject description, wanted to know if I had any video. They actually met me up at the store there, and we went to the security office where we reviewed video for those time frames.
Okay. As you sit on the stand today, do you recall the description for a vehicle of interest?
I recall it was a sedan. I don't remember the exact color or make or model.
Certainly. And then as far as the description for the subject of interest, do you recall that today?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you recall about the subject of interest as far as physical descriptors?
It was a fairly large black male, described to be, somewhat medium height, but fairly largely built.
All right, and then beyond that, were you aware that law enforcement was investigating a report of a missing child that had occurred on July 10th of 2020 in Davenport, Iowa?
Yeah, once we started reviewing the video, that's where we started kind of discuss the specifics of what we were actually looking for and why we were looking for it.
Okay, was July 10th then the date of focus?
Correct.
All right, and then did law enforcement indicate to you that they actually had a time that they wanted to focus on based on a pinging of a cell phone associated with the subject of interest?
Yeah, they didn't share a whole lot of specifics for the reason why the time frame, but they did have a pretty narrow time frame that they wanted to look at.
Okay, and what would be that time frame as it relates to the time the store opens up?
So I believe it was approximately between 6:30 a.m. and 7 a.m. was the time frame I was given. That was kind of right during the time of COVID, so our store actually changed its hours during that time frame, and we didn't open until 7 a.m. We're generally a 24-hour facility prior to that.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to sit with the officer who came and reviewed video surveillance camera for the time frame of 6:30 to 7 a.m. on July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
Did the officer then identify a subject of interest and a transaction that he observed taking place at one of the checkout stands?
Yes.
Were you requested to obtain the receipt for that transaction?
Yes.
And then how is it that you're able to identify what receipt would belong to the purchase made by that subject of interest?
So basically, you would just match up the time frame for that specific camera. So I recall it was a self-checkout camera, so I'd find that register number, reference that to the camera system, and then reference that to our electronic journal. Our electronic journal is where all of our store receipts are tracked digitally, electronically. And then basically you would match up the timestamp associated with that camera shot versus what the journal was showing, and that would provide the receipt. You would also match up the items that are being purchased and compare them to what you're seeing on the electronic journal.
As you watched the video surveillance footage, could you see what items the subject was purchasing?
Yes.
And what items was the subject purchasing?
It was 2 bottles of bleach.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87 for purposes of identification. I'd like for you to look at that exhibit and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
Yeah, that'd be the copy that I provided to the police department.
Okay. Is that the receipt for the subject of interest that purchased those 2 bottles of Clorox?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 87 into the record.
Exhibit 87 is admitted.
Mr. Gahant, and I'm saying your name incorrectly. Can you pronounce that for me?
It's Jahant.
Jahant, there
Yep.
we go. Mr. Jahant, can you tell us what the date is on State's Exhibit 87?
It'd be July 10th of 2020.
What was the time of the purchase?
It'd be 7:08 a.m.
And then what are the items documented as being purchased?
So it's 2 bottles of bleach, 81 ounce, same SKU, $4.42 at retail.
Okay. And how did the subject of interest pay for those 2 81-ounce bottles of bleach?
I paid with cash.
All right. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter? And actually, let me just rephrase that question. Were you also involved in turning over copies of the activity that was observed on video surveillance cameras both outside and inside the store?
That is correct.
And was that associated with this subject of interest and the vehicle of interest?
Yes.
Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of this witness.
Mr. Freeze?
Sir, the time at 7:08 a.m., that's the time the transaction actually occurred?
Yeah, so that time actually generates from the second that that receipt prints. That's the timestamp that it puts on it.
Okay. So we can assume that that's the time the gentleman who purchased these items was leaving the store, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said this is Clorox bleach. You mean that?
I don't recall. It looks like it's Clorox by the description, but I don't know the exact brand.
Okay. And we know this is from your store because it says ST number 2889 in the upper left-hand corner?
That's correct.
And that's the store identifier?
Yes.
That's all I have.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you.
The state would call Monique Brillhart.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Monique Brillhart. My first name is spelled Monique. My last name is spelled Brillhart.
And how are you currently employed?
I am employed by the FBI Laboratory Latent Print Operations Unit.
How long have you worked for the FBI Laboratory?
I have worked for the FBI Laboratory for 19 years.
And have you always worked in the latent print department?
Yes.
What are your duties in the latent print department for the FBI?
So as a latent print examiner, I receive items of evidence for the detection and development of latent prints. Any latent prints that I am able to detect or develop, I will then compare to the known prints of individuals that are either submitted by a contributing agency or obtained through the FBI's fingerprint database.
Can you describe your educational background and the training that you've received in order to hold your position?
I received a Bachelor of Science degree in biology with a concentration in criminalistics from York College of Pennsylvania, which is located in York, Pennsylvania. I also received a Master's of Science degree in biotechnology with a concentration in weapons of mass destruction from the Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland.
And from there, once you began your employment with the FBI, did you engage in any further training specific to latent fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe that for us?
So my training at the FBI Laboratory consisted of approximately a 2-year training program, and that training program consisted of classroom lectures, examinations, both written tests, comparison examinations, comparison exercises, oral boards, presentations, and moot courts. And at the completion of my training, I successfully passed a full comprehensive qualification examination.
Do you have to engage in any sort of continuing education or ongoing training in order to hold your position as well?
Yes.
And what does that entail?
So each year we are required to participate in a certain number of hours of continuing education in our discipline, and additionally, in addition to that, I also am required to successfully pass a proficiency examination every year.
And have you passed every year?
Yes.
Ms. Brillhart, what are latent fingerprints?
So on the palmar surfaces of your hand, as well as the soles of your feet, there are raised portions of skin known as friction ridges, and those friction ridges exude sweat. So when you touch an item, you may leave an impression of that friction ridge arrangement on the item. Many times latent prints are not visible to the naked eye. So they require different light sources, chemicals, or fingerprint powders to be able to visualize them.
So when you are provided an item in your lab with the goal of trying to see if there's any sort of latent fingerprints or friction ridges on that item, how do you begin examining it?
So the first thing that I consider is what kind of item is it? For example, is it a porous item such as paper? So paper is a porous item in which the sweat that may be present on the friction ridges would soak into the item. Or is it a non-porous item, such as something that is smooth, like plastic or glass, in which the friction ridges would be essentially on top of the item? That will then be the driving force of determining what different chemical methods that I will use to then develop latent prints.
And how does the process differ based on whether it's a porous item versus a non-porous item?
So, for example, if I have a piece of paper, I will start with just a general visual examination, followed up by various light sources, such as a laser light, looking for any latent prints that may inherently fluoresce. Some latent prints are able to do that based on the composition of the sweat. Following that, I will use a chemical known as indane, which is used on paper, and then following that up with a process known as physical developer. Now, how that differs from non-porous items, in that with a non-porous item, I still do a visual examination with oblique lighting, looking for any latent prints that might be detected. Then a light source, such as a laser light. The difference here now is I will use superglue fuming, in which I will place the item into a superglue fuming chamber. I will use liquid superglue, burn the superglue to create essentially a smoke that adheres to any moisture on the item, such as latent print residue. And at the completion of superglue fuming, I apply a dye stain, which allows me to visualize any latent prints that are coated with that dye stain under the laser light.
Based on your training and experience, are there certain items that you're more likely to find latent fingerprints on versus other items?
It just depends. It's no there's no real number to that or anything. But in general terms, paper, because when you touch a piece of paper and the residue is able to soak directly into the paper, and you cannot rub the latent print off because it's inside the paper itself, as opposed to something that is non-porous, in which when you touch the item, the friction ridges are on top of the item. They are more easily damaged in general terms, just because of the nature of those types of items.
So I understand, a porous item seems to absorb the fingerprint. It would potentially maintain it maybe a little better than a non-porous item where the friction ridges just kind of sit on top.
Correct.
Which would make it easier to be damaged or wiped away or something along those lines.
Yes.
Now, once you have an item and you've gone through your process of trying to see if there are any fingerprints, latent fingerprints on that item, if you do make some sort of identification, does that necessarily mean that that print or whatever it is that you have found would be usable for later identifications?
So as I'm processing items of evidence, if I do detect friction ridge development, I will then photograph that particular latent print to then determine if there is enough quality and quantity of information within that latent print to then drive it to the next step, which would move into a comparison stage to a particular individual.
What type of quality or quantity is required in order to then compare to a known latent fingerprint?
So every latent print is different. Essentially, as I am conducting my examination of any latent prints that are detected, I start with an analysis step where essentially I am looking at the overall ridge flow of that latent print, determining if it's clear enough, if there are enough features within that latent print where I would feel as though I would be able to essentially make an identification decision at the end of my examination So it's very case dependent, latent print to latent print, but essentially it is looking at all the information contained in that latent print to determine whether or not I would be able to compare to an individual and ultimately reach an identification decision.
Is there a difference between locating some friction ridge detail and determining that it's just not suitable for comparison versus not finding anything at all?
Yes, that does occur. There are times in which I will examine items of evidence and I will see no friction ridge development whatsoever. And there are times in which I will see some friction ridge development. It may or may not be able to be used, to the other spectrum of, yes, there is enough information that it can drive to the comparison step and ultimately would be able to be identified to a particular individual.
In situations where you are presented with an object where there's information that you know somebody had contact with this object, would you expect to find friction ridge detail every single time?
No, I would not.
Why not?
There are many factors involved in touching an item and not leaving a latent print behind. For example, the weather outside. If it's very cold outside, your friction ridges tend not to want to produce sweat and produce that sweat on the friction ridges of the finger. So when you touch an item, you may not leave that impression. Whereas if it's really hot outside, alternatively, you may be sweating a lot, you may touch the item, but it may smear a lot if it's like on a non-porous item. There are conditions outside weather, if it rained on a particular item of evidence, if someone were wearing gloves. I talked about non-porous items in which the latent prints are actually on top of the item. It's very easy to damage those by wiping them away because the friction ridges are setting on top. There can also be factors involved with just the skin condition of an individual. When we are younger, our friction ridges tend to be more plump. It allows the friction ridges to come in contact a little more easy with an item, as opposed to as we age, our friction ridges tend to flatten out as it's the normal aging process, which can prevent some of that contact as well. Also an occupation of an individual, if someone is using their hands a lot, maybe a bricklayer, for example, they may wear down those ridges, which could make that a little more difficult to leave a latent print. So there are various environmental factors that can occur with leaving latent prints.
Now, you did mention if somebody has wiped down an item, that could potentially affect your ability to find any latent prints. Would, along those same lines, cleaning or using bleach or some sort of cleaner like that also affect your ability to find latent prints?
Yes, especially with the non-porous items, being that the latent print is on top of the item, that would have an effect.
When you are examining items, do you have the ability yourself to do any sort of testing to see if an item has been cleaned prior to that item being presented to you?
No.
Do you have the ability to test any specific items to see if bleach has been used on that item?
No, I do not.
Once you have completed your examination on a specific item and you do find that there are usable latent fingerprints, how would you then compare that item to a known latent fingerprint?
So after I determine, based on my full analysis of a latent print, that there is enough information contained within that latent print to move to the comparison step, I will then determine if an individual, if I was asked to compare an actual individual to any latent prints in that submission. And if I am, then I will retrieve that known card, if I am able, from our fingerprint database. It's a repository of fingerprints. If I am not presented with an individual to compare, I would then search that into our fingerprint database in an attempt to make an identification.
And so once you are able to determine, or if you are provided with that known fingerprint, what's your process for comparing the known with what you found on an item?
So following that analysis step in which I determine that I'm able to do that comparison, I will then set the latent print and the known print side by side. And what I'm looking for is I'm looking for the same general ridge flow of the friction ridges of that print. I am also looking for particular levels of detail within the print that I examined and I determined during my analysis step, such as a dividing ridge, which is a ridge that continues and then divides like a fork in a road, or an ending ridge, which is a ridge that continues and then stops, or a dot, which is a ridge that is as wide as it is thick. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for those characteristics that I observed during my analysis in the latent print, and looking for the same characteristic of the same type, the same location, and the same spatial location and direction within the known print to determine whether or not those two prints are sharing the same features. So essentially, if you think of a constellation in the sky like the Big Dipper, I'm looking for those features in that same spatial arrangement. As I continue on with my comparison, at the end of my comparison, I then make a determination whether or not this is an identification, meaning that I am finding strong support for these features in agreement, or an exclusion decision where I'm finding strong support for the features not in agreement, or an inconclusive in which I am unable to determine based on the information that I am presented.
And I apologize if you've already said this, but does every individual have their own unique set of fingerprints or for their hands or feet?
Yes, they do.
So similarly to DNA, if you do find an inclusive fingerprint, are you able to then say that fingerprint is most likely belonging to this person on this item?
If I am able to find enough information in agreement, it will drive strong support for an identification, meaning that that would be that individual's fingerprint, yes.
Now, regarding this particular case, were you provided certain items to examine?
Yes.
And were you provided those items sometime in between July and August 14th of 2020?
Yes.
And is it common practice for you to author a report of your findings?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked here as State's Exhibit 48. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 48?
This is my official latent print report.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the report you authored regarding your findings of the items provided to you for this particular incident?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the State would offer Exhibit 48 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 48 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Sorry. Okay. Showing you then page 1 of State's Exhibit 48. I think there's a way to zoom here. Okay. So just starting here at the top, there appears to be a lab number at the top of this report. Is that the lab number that the FBI lab would have assigned to this case?
Yes.
There is also a date here listed of July 22nd, 2020. What is that date in reference to?
The communication date refers to the laboratory request, the laboratory examination request from the field office.
And then, see, shifting over, I have to zoom out. At the top of the report here, there's a date of August 14th, 2020. What is that date in reference to?
That date is in reference to the date I authored the report.
So listed out here under the FBI laboratory evidence designators, what are all those items that we see listed?
All the items listed are what I received for latent print examinations.
Now, all of those items have been assigned an item number. Where does that number come from?
That number is assigned at the FBI laboratory. As items of evidence come in for a submission, we will then assign the number sequentially in that particular case.
So just for example, looking first at item number 19, there appears to then be a description of that item. Where did that description come from?
That description is actually determined by our evidence management unit as they inventory items of evidence that come into the laboratory. That would come from the field office or whoever our contributor was. Those particular descriptions, though, are determined by our evidence management unit.
And as you've indicated, usually from the field office, who would have provided that item to you?
Yes.
So then, next to the description in the parentheses, there appears to be several series of numbers. What is that?
So a 1B number and then the E number, which is a barcode, those are very specific numbers for field offices in regards to their evidence that they are submitting.
So my understanding then is, so just looking at the top item there, item 19, that would be the lab number for the hatchet from the trunk of the 2007 Chevy Impala. But the number right next to that, the 1B2, that would be the field office identification number for that item.
That is correct. They use that as a tracking mechanism.
Okay. So then looking at all of these items, can you just go through each of the items that you would have tested and what the results were?
Sure. So item 19 is a hatchet from trunk of 2007 Chevrolet Impala. I did not develop any latent prints on this item. Item 19-1, blade cover from item 19. I did not develop any latent prints on this item. Item 47, machete from on top of microwave at 743 Schmidt Road. I did not develop latent prints on this item. Item 48, machete. I did not develop latent prints on this item. Item 48-1, sheath with item 48. I did not develop latent prints on this item. Item 49, broom from kitchen at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. I did develop one latent impression on this item. Item 52, bottle with cap and liquid contents from 2744 East 53rd Street. I did not develop latent prints on this item.
So item 48, what you have listed here as a machete, or the FBI evidence item 1B58, though it might not be very clear, did that appear to be this blue and black machete, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then item number 52, bottle cap with liquid contents from 2744 East 53rd Street. Do you recall if that would have been a container of bleach?
I do not recall.
Okay. In any event, the only item in which you were able to develop a usable latent fingerprint was the item 49, the broom, located at 2744 East 53rd Street.
Correct.
Now, all of the items that were listed here, would you consider these items to be the porous items, the type that absorb fingerprints, or non-porous, the type where the prints are more easily damaged?
These are non-porous items in which the print is on top of the item.
And when you've said that, or testified here, that you were not able to identify any usable prints, does that mean, or from your recollection, that you didn't see any prints at all for these items, or were there things that you found, they just were not usable?
I think what I do recall is that I didn't see any friction ridge development on any of the items except for the broom, in which I did develop an actual latent impression on that item.
So, with the exception of item 49, you did not observe any friction ridge detail on any of the other items that were provided to you?
Correct, just item 49.
Were you provided a known latent print for comparison in this case?
Do you mean a known fingerprint card for an individual?
Yes.
I was provided with a person of interest with a FBI number identifier, which allows me to then pull any known records if needed for comparison.
And in this particular case, was the individual you would have compared a known record to identified as Henry Dinkins?
Yes.
So turning then to page 2 of your report, specifically then for item number 49, were you able to compare that, your usable latent fingerprint to the known record for Henry Dinkins?
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Mr. Dinkins was excluded from the latent impression that was detected on item 49.
So again, and going back to those other items that you had attempted to locate any sort of usable friction ridge detail, again, were those the types of items that, because of their non-porous nature, it just may be more difficult for you to locate those any usable prints?
Yes, because the latent prints that are on non-porous items, they tend to be more fragile just because they are setting on top of the surface. So it is easy to damage those latent prints.
And if somebody had wiped those items down or cleaned those items, that would have also affected your ability to find any prints on those items?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, Ms. Brillhart, you were brought here from the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia, right?
Yes.
And just so I can summarize, you were able to get one print off this kitchen broom, correct?
Yes.
And that print excluded Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes.
So to summarize your testimony here today, you were brought here from the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia, to tell us that the one print you were able to examine excluded Mr. Dinkins, right?
I think so. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, you were able to examine one print and compare it, right?
Yes.
And that one print excluded Mr. Dinkins, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked to try to find latent prints on a hatchet, correct?
Yes.
And the blade cover from that hatchet, correct?
Yes.
And 2 machetes, correct?
Yes.
And a sheath from one of the machetes, correct?
Yes.
And there were no prints on those.
That is correct.
So you came here from Quantico, Virginia to tell us there was no prints on any of this stuff for Henry Dinkins.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Nothing based on that, Your Honor.
You may start now.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls FBI analyst Linda Otterstatter.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat.
I think so. Thank you.
You may proceed, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
My name is Linda Otterstatter, spelled LINDA-OTTER-STATTER.
What is your occupation?
I am a physical scientist, forensic examiner with the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 17 years.
Could you describe your prior educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from Syracuse University in Syracuse, New York. I've also taken chemistry coursework from Colorado State University, as well as criminalistics coursework from the Metropolitan State College of Denver, Colorado.
When did you complete your formal education?
I received my Bachelor of Science degree from Syracuse University in 1996.
All right. And then once you completed your formal education, is that when your career with the FBI commenced? Or did
No.
you have prior employment experience?
Before working for the FBI, I was a trace evidence forensic scientist for the Wyoming State Crime Lab in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
And then what type of work did you do for the Wyoming State Crime Lab?
I was a trace evidence examiner, specializing in hairs, fibers, fabric, and cordage evidence. I also was responsible for the processing of crime scenes throughout the state of Wyoming.
How long were you employed as an analyst for Wyoming State Crime Lab?
6 years.
Okay. And then so in total, how much experience do you have in this field?
Between Wyoming and the FBI, a total of approximately 23 years.
Can you describe the specialized training that you've received related to the scientific field that you work in?
I successfully completed the FBI Laboratory Examiner Training Program under the direction and instruction of examiners that are qualified in the field. This entailed hair, fiber, fabric, and cordage examinations, our tests, supervised casework, oral board examination, and competency tests. I also completed a similar training program at the Wyoming State Crime Laboratory.
Okay. And then do you go through regular training throughout the course of your career?
Yes, I do. I've completed numerous training classes and courses over the past 23 years.
Okay. All right. Ms. Otterstatter, do you have a PowerPoint that we're going to present which helps us understand the nature of the work that you do there at the FBI laboratory?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's marked as State's Exhibit number 47. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 47 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 47?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this exhibit?
I recognize it because it is the PowerPoint presentation I created by examining the slides.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 47.
No objection.
Exhibit 47 is admitted.
May I publish this exhibit as we go through her expert testimony, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to page 1 of this exhibit, very simply, what do we see here?
This was the title slide saying that it's FBI Laboratory Trace Evidence Unit presentation, and I work in the hair and fiber group.
Okay, and then I'm going to bring this down a little bit so we have the ability to see everything. Going to page 2. Do you define for us what trace evidence is?
Yes.
What is trace evidence?
Trace evidence can be defined as debris that is small in size that can be transferred from one location to another.
All right. And then why are trace examinations conducted?
The reason why trace evidence examinations are conducted is based upon Locard's principle of exchange, which states that when two people or person and an object come into contact, trace evidence such as hairs and fibers may be exchanged.
Okay.
So by examining hairs and fibers collected from items of evidence, it can be determined whether or not a possible association exists between those two people or person and an object.
Now, you use the language that there may be an exchange. Is that an absolute if individuals come into contact with one another?
There could be a transfer. It is possible that there may not be a transfer of hairs and fibers.
Okay, and then when we talk about hairs and fibers, just given the nature of hairs and fibers, is that something that, say, for example, it transferred to a surface, that it can easily fall away from that surface?
Yes, that is possible.
Give us examples of what type of activity could cause a hair or fiber to fall away from a surface.
Well, I can't say, I can't give definite, but I suppose that if my hair, for instance, as I'm sitting here, fell off and fell onto the desk here, me getting up and brushing against it, or if there's air conditioning or whatever, that it could possibly fall off that surface and onto the floor.
Okay. Going to page 4, do you explain for us then what trace evidence you deal with there within your unit?
This is some examples of trace evidence that we examine in the hair and fiber group. Examples can include hairs, fibers, fabric, and cordage evidence.
Okay. Let's speak about cordage. What do you mean by cordage?
Cordage is a collective term used to refer to such items as rope and twine, for example.
All right. Now on page 5, how are examinations conducted relative to hair?
Well, today's presentation will be focusing on hairs and fibers. So I'll start by defining what a hair is. And a hair is a slender, thread-like outgrowth from the skin of mammals.
Okay. Where did my glasses go? Maybe I put those back up. I did. And then when we talk about a hair itself, what is a hair constructed of?
So pictured here on slide 5 is a cross-sectional diagram of a hair shaft, which illustrates 3 anatomical regions that comprise the hair, that consist of the cuticle, which is the outer layer of the hair, comprised of overlapping scales, sort of like shingles on a roof. The main body of the hair is the cortex, which contains such things as the pigment granules, and the medulla is the central core of cells running through the center of the hair shaft.
Going to our next slide. How are hair examinations conducted?
The way hair examinations are conducted can be described in a series of steps as listed here. The first step being processing, which involves the collection of trace evidence from items of evidence. The next step involves the identification and characterization of hairs, followed by high magnification comparison microscopy, and followed by preparation of DNA analysis as appropriate. And this is just a summary, so there's additional slides coming up just describing these a little bit more.
Each of those steps? Thank you for that. All right, now, as we go to page 7 then, are you going to provide for us essentially an explanation as to how you would process items of evidence for hairs or fibers?
Yeah, items of evidence in the laboratory are examined in specialized processing rooms within the trace evidence unit at the FBI laboratory. Rooms are thoroughly cleaned prior to use. Items from the victim, suspect, and crime scene are processed in different rooms or on different dates to avoid cross-contamination. And protective clothing such as gloves, hair nets, and lab coats are used and also changed prior to processing items from different individuals or scenes.
Okay. In page 8, can you describe the various processing techniques that exist for purposes of collecting these items and being able to analyze them?
There are various methods employed that hairs and fibers can be collected using. Pictured in the upper left-hand corner is tape lifting. In the upper right-hand corner is vacuuming, where a specialized vacuum filter is used to collect hairs and fibers. In the bottom right-hand corner, there is what's called scraping, and this is showing, let's take a shirt, for example. If a shirt is an item of evidence, it is hung on a bar over clean brown paper, and a metal spatula is used to gently scrape the shirt, pictured here, and dislodge any foreign hairs and fibers from that item onto the clean brown paper.
Let me just take that a step further if I could. Does the item come into the laboratory, and let's use a shirt for example, since that's what we're seeing here in your PowerPoint. Do you receive that shirt and then you go through the process of trying to locate potential hairs or fibers?
Yes.
Okay, so that doesn't happen out in the field. It's simply coming to you to determine whether or not there's a hair or fiber present.
In general, that is our procedure to collect it ourselves. There are times where there may be trace evidence that's collected from an item that is packaged separately, but in general, that's how we process.
Okay. Let me throw an example out. During the course of the investigation in this particular matter, there was a vehicle of interest, an RV, and between the top foam mat and the bottom foam mat, there were, like for example, a long piece of hair. Would that be an instance where field agents then would collect that hair or fiber and then package that up for purposes of examination?
That is a possible way that they could do it, yes.
Okay. But in most instances, it's an article that's coming in that you are going to process to see if you can identify whether or not there are hair or fibers present?
Yes.
All right. Because an article is submitted to the laboratory for you to process for hair or fibers, does that necessarily mean that the field agent has observed that, or are they simply taking articles and sending them in and asking you to go through your process to try and identify or locate something that could potentially identify involved parties?
Yes, they will collect the item, and then we will determine whether or not that there's hairs and fibers that were found on that, because we use specialized equipment such as microscopes to do so, and sometimes with hairs and fibers, they're barely visible to the unaided eye.
Absolutely. Going to page 9 then. Walk us through processing and what that consists of.
On the previous slide, after scraping, there was a technique called picking, and that's where using a stereo microscope, which is a low magnification microscope, foreign debris such as hairs and fibers, are collected directly from the item of evidence. So once the hairs and fibers are collected, then using a stereo microscope, those potential hairs and fibers are prepared on glass microscope slides for microscopic examination purposes.
And then once it's on the slide, do you put it under the microscope and view it utilizing the microscope?
Yes.
Going to page 10 of our PowerPoint presentation, are there different types of hairs?
Yes. So the next step is the characterization of hairs, and this is done with a high magnification microscope. It's specifically a high magnification transmitted light microscope that is used to examine and characterize hairs based upon their microscopic characteristics. And even backing up, it's at that point where I examine the slide to determine if it is a hair or if it's a fiber at that point.
Okay. When you talk about hairs and the characterization of such, can you make a distinction between what would be a human hair versus an animal hair?
Yes.
Okay. And then even beyond that, and I'll just throw this question out, based on the ethnic background of an individual, when you look at hairs, can you determine a potential ethnic background to that individual?
Yes, the ancestral characteristics are determined at that point too, and I have a slide coming up about that.
Thank you. Going to page 11 of the PowerPoint presentation. Now walk us through this, how you determine whether or not you're dealing with a human or a non-human animal hair.
So it can be determined using a high magnification transmitted light microscope if the hair is human or non-human animal hair. If it is an animal hair, what type of animal can be determined, such as a dog or a cat, for example, as pictured at the top of those photos. If it is a human hair, then further characterization can be conducted.
Okay. As we look at the examples on page 11 of your PowerPoint, does it just give us an idea of how distinctly different a human hair is from various animals?
Yes, pictured in the upper left-hand corner is a human hair, and there's a dog hair which looks microscopically different than a cat hair versus a deer hair, for example. All the characteristics in those different three anatomical regions of the hair have different characteristics for characterization.
And then when you were talking about the three anatomical characteristics of a hair, was that what we had discussed earlier when we talked about the outside of the hair, what would run through the middle of the hair, and then basically the center structure?
Yes.
Okay. Going to page 12 of the PowerPoint, does this pick up on the question that I asked about determining the ancestry of a human hair?
Yes, hairs can exhibit characteristics of African ancestry, Asian or Native American ancestry, or European ancestry, and hairs can exhibit characteristics of multiple ancestral groups as well.
Okay. Let's use a hair that has an African ancestry versus a hair that has a European ancestry. What would be the difference between the two?
Well, there are many differences, and all of those characteristics together can identify a hair as European or African. Those differences can be, for example, a African ancestry characteristic hair is usually finer and flatter, sort of like a ribbon. And that is why in the upper right-hand corner you can see that if you look at, look at one hair, it looks like it varies in diameter. That's the flat shape. In addition to the cross-sectional shape, there's also the pigment granules are usually more dense and have more of a clumped appearance, where European ancestry hair is a little bit coarser. It's more oval, and the pigment is more of an even arrangement.
All right. Now, Let's discuss the different types of hair that you would examine based on where they are located on the human body.
The body region the hair may have come from can also be determined by a microscopic hair exam. This can include head hairs, which refer to hairs from the scalp, pubic hair, facial hair such as beard or mustache, body hairs, which include eyebrows, eyelashes, limb hairs from the arms and legs, chest, axillary or underarm hair, nose, and ear hair.
Explain what would be the difference between a hair from an individual's head versus a hair from the pubic region.
A head hair and a pubic hair can vary in their microscopic characteristics. Here is a good picture of a pubic hair on the right-hand side, where it shows a buckle, which is that that change in diameter, as you see, kind of sent in that middle picture, where a head hair tends not to have the buckling. There's also pubic hair is usually coarser in general than hairs. The root of the neck of the root can appear thicker. So it's all the characteristics together that decision is made.
Okay, and would that be true for hairs on any area of the body, that they're going to have slightly different characteristics?
Yes.
Okay, do you set forth yet another example on this particular portion of your PowerPoint related to a facial hair so that we can see the difference in the appearance between a head hair, a pubic hair, and a facial hair?
This picture in the lower right-hand corner is a picture of a beard or mustache hair, referred to as a facial hair, and yeah, that looks different. That shows, if you can see, there's a difference in color, kind of approximately a half to a third. That shows that facial hair is actually triangular in shape.
Okay.
So that shows the difference in diameter.
Okay.
That.
If there is a hair that is located, does that necessarily mean that it's suitable for microscopic comparison purposes?
Hairs can be suitable and non-suitable for comparison purposes. That is the next step in the microscopic examination procedure. Hairs that are suitable for meaningful microscopic comparison purposes include head hairs and pubic hairs with sufficient microscopic characteristics.
And then let me stop you there. If you could define what is required for there to be sufficient microscopic characteristics, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for all of the characteristics present in the three anatomical regions of the hair. I also need to make sure there also needs to be enough hair present to make the determination whether or not it is a head hair or a pubic hair, because head hairs and pubic hairs can be from the same person, but they're going to look different.
Certainly.
So hairs that are not suitable for meaningful microscopic comparison purposes include non-head hairs and pubic hairs, such other areas of the body, such as arms, legs, axillary, and eye hair, for example. Also, hair fragments, or like bits and pieces of hairs, which are often found. They are also not suitable for comparison purposes.
Okay. And then have you given examples of hair fragments that are missing characteristics that make it unsuitable for comparison?
Right. An example would be short hairs with no root and insufficient characteristics to determine the body region.
So as we discuss this topic, do I understand correctly that really the hairs that are needed for purposes of making some type of microscopic comparison would be from an individual's head or their pubic hair?
Correct.
Okay. Going to page 15 of the PowerPoint presentation. How do you do the microscopic hair comparison?
So if a hair is suitable for microscopic comparison purposes, the next step is the use of a high magnification comparison microscope, which allows for a direct side-by-side examination of the question hair and the known hair sample. So we're
Okay, go ahead, finish that out, and I've got a question I want to ask you.
So there is a question hair that is mounted on a microscope slide, which is separate from a known hair sample mounted on separate and different microscope slides, and they can be placed under under the microscope, the comparison microscope, which pictured on the slide is two transmitted light microscopes connected by an optical bridge. So I am able to look through the eyepiece and see two separate samples under one field of view, sort of like a split screen TV.
Having said that, then, if there is a hair that's been recovered in the course of an investigation, will law enforcement then need to collect a known hair sample either from a subject of interest or even from what would be a victim?
Yes.
Okay. And so is that what you mean by known hair samples?
Yes,
And
that's
then once
correct.
you have those known hair samples, it's collected to those items of evidence that maybe you have been able to develop through your various processing. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now take us to the next step.
So the microscopic comparison must be conducted with hairs from the same body area. For example, a question hair has to be compared to a known head hair sample.
All right.
And corresponding portions or regions of the hair between the question and the known are compared. So I'm comparing from root to the corresponding root all the way up from tip to tip.
Okay. Now, as we look at this particular portion of your slideshow on page 15, that lower photograph, is that giving us the ability to see what you are seeing when you take that questioned hair and you compare it to a known hair sample?
Yes, this is the similar view that I would see. So it has two separate hairs on microscope slides, and that is what it looks like is like a split screen TV.
Going to page 16. Now, as you do that comparison then, what conclusions can be reached?
After the comparison is conducted, there are three possible conclusions that can be reached. The first, pictured here, is an exclusion, and this is where the question hair is microscopically dissimilar to the known hair sample. And accordingly, based on the known hair sample, the source of the known sample cannot be included as a possible source of the question hair.
All right. Does the FBI use specific terms of art? And when I ask that question, you use the term exclusion. So if there's an exclusion, does that mean that they are not similar to one another?
Yes, that's correct. There was differences that were observed during the comparison.
And during the comparison, if the characteristics are similar, then what would be your descriptor for that?
Well, if you could proceed to the next
And
slide.
actually what I'll do is I'm going to jump a page. I'm going to go to page 18 so that we can discuss that concept.
This conclusion is referred to as an inclusion, and this is where the question hair is microscopically consistent with the hairs in the known hair sample. Accordingly, based on the known hair sample, the source of the known sample can be included as a possible source of the question hair. And microscopic hair comparisons are meaningful due to the variation in macroscopic and microscopic characteristics between individuals. However, comparison of the microscopic characteristics in hairs does not constitute a basis for personal identification. and the number of individuals who can be included as a possible source of a specific hair is unknown. So I can't say that hair came from that person to the exclusion of all others using microscopic hair comparison microscopy.
Let me use DNA analysis as an example. Is DNA something that's unique to each of us as individuals?
A DNA expert would be better to answer that question.
Certainly. But, I mean, does that, is that a good example to say, like with DNA, you're looking at a DNA strand, and then you can compare it to an unknown DNA strand and make an identification, whereas here you can just say that there are similarities?
That is correct. We cannot say for certain that that hair came from that person, exclusion of all others. Okay. And that's why I go on by saying the inclusion of an individual as a possible source of the question hair by the comparison of microscopic characteristics should be evaluated in conjunction with the conclusion of a DNA analysis. So if there is if a conclusion of inclusion is reached, it is followed up with DNA analysis.
Can you define two terms on this portion of your PowerPoint? You talked about variations in macroscopic and microscopic characteristics. Give us an example of what would be a macroscopic characteristic.
A macroscopic characteristic is something that is you can see under low magnification or with the unaided eye. So you can see, say, if you can look around the courtroom, you can see different people have different color, hair, different texture, straight, curly, blonde, red, brown. So those are more of the macroscopic characteristics.
And the microscopic characteristics, are those the characteristics that we discussed in one of your earlier slides as far as the characteristics of a particular hair?
Yes, that is correct. So the microscopic characteristics such as pigment granules, for example, the arrangement of pigment, something that you have to use a microscope to examine.
Are there times then that you cannot either make a determination about an inclusion or an exclusion?
Yes, the final conclusion option is an inconclusive, and this states that no conclusion can be reached because of the question hair exhibits both similarities and differences to the known sample, or also because the hair is of limited value for microscopic comparisons.
All right, now on page 19 of your PowerPoint, can you explain to us what you are talking about when you talk about blind verifications?
So blind verifications, when you have a conclusion of an inclusion, all inclusions are examined by a second qualified hair examiner. The second examiner independently examines and compares the question and the known hairs. And then after that, following the blind verification, a hair is submitted for the appropriate DNA analysis. So other hairs also may be submitted for DNA analysis at the discretion of the examiner.
What factors come into play when you're making a determination as to whether or not you are going to submit things for DNA analysis? You know, beyond the issue of making a determination of an inclusion, what other factors would you look at as to whether or not you might submit hairs for DNA analysis?
There are many potential factors in cold cases where there was never a known sample to begin with. Sometimes that is requested for hairs to go to DNA.
Okay. Going to page 20 of your PowerPoint. Now, are we switching our discussion from hairs to fibers?
Yes.
Okay.
The next section is discussing fiber evidence, and I want to start by defining what a fiber is. A fiber is a natural or manufactured material that is the basic element of a textile. So pictured here on the left-hand side, they're individual fibers which comprise yarns. Pictured in the middle here, yarns are knit or woven together in some way to make a textile fabric, and this fabric is an example of a shirt.
All right. And then textile, are we talking about manufactured goods? For example, shirts, let's say some type of throws, things of that nature.
Yes, shirts, blankets, pants, things of that nature.
Page 21 of the PowerPoint. How do you do the fiber examinations?
The way fiber examinations are conducted can be described in a series of steps. The first step being processing of evidence, which I discussed with hairs. So we undergo the same procedure. The next step is identification of fibers, and followed by the comparison microscopy. And again, all of this I'm going to go briefly in detail in the next set of slides. This is more of a summary.
Absolutely.
But the comparison microscopy is conducted. If there are no differences using comparison microscopy, the next step is polarized light microscopy. If there are no differences at this step, we move on to fluorescence microscopy. If there are no differences with fluorescence microscopy, we move on to microspectrophotometry, followed by, if there are no differences at the microspectrophotometry step, the next step is a Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. Sorry.
The next step is
And then if you could spell the word as you state that last step to help out our court reporter.
I'm sorry, where did you leave off?
the next step after.
The next step after fluorescence microscopy is microspectrophotometry, otherwise known as MSP. So microspectrophotometry is spelled MICROSPECTROmetry, followed by Fourier, FOURIER, transform infrared spectroscopy, SPECTROSCOPY.
Now, just given your description of the various steps that you go through, do we understand it correctly that if you do not reach a positive conclusion at one step, then you would not complete the further steps?
Correct. If there's a difference at any point, then I will stop the examinations.
Okay. Page 22. Explain how you go through the process of identifying fibers.
So this is done using a high magnification transmitted light microscope and it is used to examine the prepared microscope slides to identify if it's a hair or if it's a fiber. If it's a fiber, then if it's natural or manufactured.
Page 23. Explain to us then the fiber comparison microscopy.
A comparison microscope is used for a direct side-by-side microscopic comparison, which is also the same microscope that we use for microscopic hair comparisons that I described earlier.
Okay. And then I'm going to slow down so that we can be kind to our court reporter because the words that we are using is a little bit more complicated to type, I would imagine. All right. Now, if you could then explain to us.
Ms. Cunningham, actually, this might be a good time for our mid-morning break.
That sounds
a
good.
little past 10:30, and it looks like you're moving to another topic. So we'll be in adjournment for approximately 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Going to page 24 of your PowerPoint, could you please explain to us polarized light microscopy? There we go. I'm sorry, that doesn't come out very easily. Go ahead.
So if there are no differences at the comparison microscopy point, then I move on to polarized light microscopy. And this is done using a different microscope that is equipped with two polarizing filters, one below the stage and one above the stage. And this allows for the examination of, in comparison of the fiber's optical properties, which allow us to determine the optical properties allows for the identification of the generic polymer type of the fiber, such as nylon, rayon, or polyester, for example.
And is that what you mean when you talk about optical properties for various types of fibers?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So say, for example, if I buy a shirt and it's 100% polyester versus buying another shirt that might be 60% rayon, and 40% polyester, would that be the difference in optical properties for various textiles?
I would expect those fibers of different polymer types to have different optical properties.
Going to page 25 of the PowerPoint, could you please explain to us then fluorescence, microscopy?
If there are no differences at the polarized light microscopy step, the next step is fluorescence microscopy, and this is where fibers are illuminated with various wavelengths of light to determine whether they fluoresce or not, and if they do fluoresce, we observe the color and intensity of that fluorescence.
Are there 4 photographic images in this particular exhibit?
Yes, these are photos are examples of how a certain fiber looks illuminated with the different wavelengths of light.
Okay.
Using the fluorescence microscope attachment.
And working from left to right, is there more intensity in terms of what we see with the fluorescence in the right photograph as compared to the left photograph?
Are you talking about the extreme right and left?
Right.
So on the right-hand side, you can see this is an example of the fiber is bright and orange, for example, where the left-hand side, there's barely, if at all, any fluorescence.
All right, now, if we move on to the next stage, and spell this for our court reporter before we discuss it, let's move slowly through that spelling.
So the next step is microspectrophotometry, spelled microspectrophotometry.
What does this entail?
This is an instrumental means of color comparison. So this is done using a MSP, and the question and known spectra that are collected are compared to each other.
Can you define what you mean by spectra?
Spectra is the term used for the data collected on this instrument.
And then do we have an example of that in a photograph just to the right on this particular portion of your PowerPoint?
Yes, this is an example of a question and known microspec data.
Okay, and then just even looking at that photograph, in that example, does it show that they bear similarities, or are there differences in what we're seeing?
This one looks like it is similar to one another. However, to make that final conclusion, I would like to actually see it, but yeah.
Absolutely. And then going to page 27.
If there are no differences with MSP, the next step with manufactured fibers is Fourier, Fourier, transform, Transform, infrared, INFRERED, spectroscopy, SPECTROSCOPY.
Let's use the acronym of FTIR.
Yes.
What is that?
So FTIR is an instrumental method that uses an infrared beam of light to pass through the fiber sample to identify the polymer type and the subtype. For example, if the fiber is nylon, we could also determine with FTIR what type of nylon that fiber is. And then the question and the known spectra for FTIR are also compared to each other.
Okay, and then just to the left on this particular page of your PowerPoint, the lower photograph, does that again give us a similar indication of how that spectra is compared?
Yes, this is an example of what we'd see.
All right. Going to page 28. And then, when you've gone through all of those steps, what conclusions can be reached?
There are 3 possible fiber comparison conclusions. The first one is an exclusion, and this is if a difference is observed, it can be concluded the question fiber is dissimilar to the known fiber sample and accordingly is not consistent with originating from the known sample. The next one is an inclusion, which is that if the question fiber exhibits the same microscopic characteristics and optical properties as the known sample, it can be concluded that the fiber is consistent with originating from the known sample or from another source comprised of fibers that exhibit the same microscopic characteristics and optical properties.
And then our final conclusion?
The final conclusion listed here is inconclusive, and this is where no conclusion can be reached to determine whether or not the question fibers are consistent with originating from the known sample due to insufficient microscopic characteristics or optical properties.
And then where you do make a determination of a fiber conclusion, what is it that needs to happen if you do make a inclusive finding?
A fiber inclusion is not a means of positive identification, and the number of possible sources for a specific fiber is unknown. However, due to the variability in the manufacturing, dyeing, consumer use, and weathering of fibers within a textile, one would not expect to encounter a fiber at random that exhibits the same microscopic characteristics and optical properties as a particular source. So fibers can differ as to the type, color, shape, size, microscopic features, and optical properties. These are characteristics that may associate fibers with a group of items, but never to a single item to the exclusion of all others. However, even fibers with many similar properties may be excluded as originating from that same source using the identified analytical methods.
Okay, thank you. And then just to end your PowerPoint, our final page very simply consists of what?
This is just the ending slide saying that it was created for the FBI Laboratory Division Trace Evidence Unit and the Heron Fiber Group.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Otterstatter, are you familiar with an investigation that was conducted by the Davenport Police Department involving a missing child identified as Breasia Terrell with a subject of interest by the name of Henry Dinkins?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that investigation?
I received items of evidence for examination purposes.
Okay. And then with respect to the items of evidence that you received, did you prepare a laboratory report setting forth the findings of any type of trace analysis that you did of hair and fibers?
Yes, I did.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel, or, well, give me a moment here. May the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 45 for purposes of identification. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 45 for purposes of identification. I want you to look at that report and tell me if you recognize that report.
Yes, I do. I recognize it by the laboratory markings and my signature block.
All right. How is this document captioned at the top?
The title of the document is Laboratory Report.
Okay. And then does it identify who the special agent was that was responsible for directing items of evidence to the laboratory for analysis?
Yes, it does.
Who is that individual?
That's James McMillan, Special Agent out of the Omaha Field Office.
All right. Does it give us a date for when this laboratory report was generated?
Yes.
What was the date that this lab report was generated?
August 5th, 2020.
Okay. Now, for any type of investigation opened by a law enforcement agency, does each law enforcement agency assign an investigative number to that investigation?
Well, I can speak for the FBI, who issues or develops a FBI case identification number.
Okay. And does this particular document include the case identification number that was assigned to the investigation of Breasia Terrell?
Yes, it does.
Could you read that into our record?
It is OM-3290265.
And would you agree with me that that number is going to be different than the investigative report number that the Davenport Police Department would assign to any records that they're generating?
I would assume so.
All right. And then if there are submissions of items of evidence by the FBI to the FBI laboratory in Quantico, does the laboratory generate its own report or laboratory number?
Yes, it does. The FBI laboratory generates its own laboratory number.
For this particular investigation, what was the laboratory report number that was assigned?
Well, it's not necessarily a laboratory report number, but it's an FBI laboratory number, a
Okay,
case
that's
number.
fine. Yeah, absolutely.
And that is 2020-01448 is the FBI laboratory number.
When there are a series of submissions to the laboratory and a series of requests made, for example, requests being made of the DNA section, requests being made of the latent print section, requests being made, for example, of the trace section, recognizing that there will be a number of reports that are going to be generated, then does each analyst's laboratory report have an additional number that will be attached to that lab number to identify which report it is in the series of total reports generated?
We don't have laboratory report numbers, but I think what you're referring to is the case record number, which is listed here, which is an additional number onto the FBI laboratory number.
Absolutely.
And that number is a different submission comes in and it's assigned to a different discipline.
Okay.
For example, here is 2020-01448, which is the FBI laboratory number, and -3 is the specific case record for this submission specifically for the trace evidence unit.
Okay. Does this set forth then the items of evidence that you would have received and would have conducted an analysis of?
Yes.
Okay. Does it also set forth your findings?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 45.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 45 will be admitted.
All right. Ms. Otterstatter, I'm trying to think of the easiest way to do this. Your Honor, may we publish this?
Excuse me?
May we publish this exhibit?
You may.
All right. I think what we're going to do, first of all, is let's go through and let's identify the various items that came into the laboratory. Now, before we do that, I want to have a discussion so that when the court has an opportunity to go through and review this laboratory report number, the court has some understanding of where items of evidence came from.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. We're dealing with 3 vehicles and an apartment that items of evidence were recovered from. For any item that came into the laboratory, is there an item number that's assigned to it?
Yes.
Okay? I'll have you show me where that appears when we publish the exhibit. Then will there be a description of that item of evidence?
Yes.
Okay? And then beyond that, in parentheses, will there be identifiers for that item of exhibit?
Yes, there will be.
Okay, and then we'll talk about that. Now, let me take that an additional step. In the course, and if you don't know the answer to this, that's okay. I understand, because I'll cover that through another witness. But in the course of any investigation, are there evidence logs that are generated by each law enforcement agency when an item of evidence is seized and logged into their evidence system and stored?
I am assuming so, but I can't speak for what they do.
That's okay.
But in general, when we receive items of evidence, they will have a contributing agency item number, but the FBI laboratory will assign its own number, a laboratory number as well.
All right. That being said, let's walk through State's Exhibit 45, and then let's discuss what we have. Now, this is just going to be very simple.
Okay.
On our first page, what are our first 4 item numbers?
Do you want me to just list them off, or
Yes.
the description? Okay. Item 11, item 12, item 13, and item 14.
Is that the lab item number that was assigned?
Yes, those are the FBI laboratory evidence designators.
All right. Now, that being said, in items 11, 12, 13, and 14, is there a description so we know exactly the locations where those items came from?
Yes.
Okay? Item 11, describe it.
Item 11 is a piece of fabric from left shoulder area on front passenger seat of 2007 Chevrolet Impala.
I want you to speak to the area where there is a parentheses. We see a number there that would include lettering as well. That first number, can you explain to us what that is?
That is 1B13, which is the FBI field office designator for that item.
And then, by contrast, staying in keeping with this discussion, go down to item 27 in that area where we've got the parenthesis after the descriptor. Do we also see an additional entry beyond the FBI's number that they've assigned?
Yes, it says DPD item number 163.
Okay. And what's your understanding that DPD stands for?
Davenport Police Department.
All right. So with that entry, would that help us to go to look at evidence logs to determine locations where items were seized if we don't have a real exact description as we walk through these items and we don't know, and we won't know where they came from?
I would assume so. I haven't seen such logs, but.
Okay. All right. Item 12. Give us a description for that.
Item 12 is a piece of fabric from middle rear seat of 2007 Chevrolet Impala.
13.
Piece of cushion from middle rear seat of 2007 Chevrolet Impala.
14.
rag from driver's console of 2007 Chevrolet Impala.
All right. Now let's go through items 14 through 19. Actually, item 20. Are those coming from a specific location as well?
Yes.
Okay. Start at item 14. What is that?
Item 14 is the rag from driver's console of 2007 Chevrolet Impala.
Item 15.
Item 15 is the shirt from trunk of 2007 Chevrolet Impala.
Item 16.
Item 16 is shorts from trunk of 2007 Chevrolet Impala.
Item 17.
Item 17 is a sandal from trunk of 2007 Chevrolet Impala.
Item 18.
Item 18 is a sandal from trunk of 2007 Chevrolet Impala.
Item 19.
Item 19 is a hatchet from trunk of 2007 Chevrolet Impala.
Item 19-1.
Item 19-1 is the blade cover from item 19.
And would that be the blade cover for the hatchet from the trunk?
Yes.
And then item 20.
Item 20 are vacuum sweepings from trunk of 2007 Chevrolet Impala.
Okay. Can you give some explanation of what this means? When the evidence recovery team goes out and processes scenes such as vehicles, do they ever use vacuums as a means of collecting potential trace evidence?
Yes, usually it's a vacuum with a special vacuum filter attachment.
Okay, and then so as we look at the descriptor for item 20, is that essentially what would have happened in the trunk when the evidence recovery team was processing the trunk of that Chevy Impala?
Yes.
All right, let me move this exhibit up so that we continue this discussion. Okay, what are our last two item numbers on State's exhibit number 45?
Item 27, which is a piece of mattress from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. And item 28, a piece of mattress from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8.
Okay. As we look at all of these descriptors, would you agree with me that it gives us the information that we need to understand where these items of evidence were seized from?
Yes.
All right. Now let's go to page 2. Okay. I'd like for you to walk us through item 29 through item 34.
Item 29 is a piece of mattress from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 30 is a piece of mattress from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 31, piece of mattress from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 32, piece of mattress from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 33, piece of mattress from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. And item 34, piece of mattress from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8.
Okay. Now let's look at the grouping item 35 through 38. Identify each of those items.
Item 35 is described as a shirt. Item 36, bra. Item 37, underwear. Item 38, washcloth.
Okay. When you were looking at these items, had you received any information about children's clothing having been returned to the mother that were contained within a bag of clothing?
I did receive information that they were all in a plastic bag.
Okay. And is this something that was subject to DNA analysis by our FBI analyst, Tiffany Smith?
You know, off the top of my head, I cannot remember.
That's all right. But are your item numbers going to be the same as her item numbers?
Yes.
And then so therefore, if she gives us a description where these 4 items came from, then would that location information apply to our item 35, 36, 37, and 38?
Yes.
Okay, now let's continue through the list, and let me move it up just a bit. All right, picking up at our next item, item 45.
Item 45, debris from top of foam padding in room D of mobile home, license plate number ENJ181. Item 46, debris from under foam padding in room D of mobile home, license plate number ENJ181. Item 47, machete from on top of microwave at 743 Schmidt Road. Item 48, machete. Item 48-1, sheath with item 48, which was the machete.
Okay, and then so 48 and 48-1, are those related to one another?
Yes.
Okay, and then contextually, are they aligned with our next item, number 49? So that gives us some perspective of the location where the machete and the sheath would have come from. Because what do we have in item 49?
Item 49 is a broom from kitchen at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8.
Okay, I'll ask this question. If you don't know the answer to it, that's fine. Were you aware of a machete that had a sheath that was recovered under a mattress in the bedroom at 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8?
Not off the top of my head. I didn't exactly know the exact location that it
That's
was
all
recovered.
right, because then I'll have Detective Obert speak to that to fill in the gap there. All right, now, let's go to our next series of items.
Item 53, shirt.
Okay. And I want to speak to that. Is there any location information there?
There's not listed, no.
But then let's go over to an item number. What is that item number in the parentheses? So we've got the FBI number, but then for our item number that we would associate with the Davenport Police Department, what item number does that give us?
That is listed as item number 26.
Okay, and so then therefore, would that be information that we would need to collect from one of our detectives out of their evidence log to explain the location of that item?
Yes, you could.
Okay, now let's go to our next series of items.
Item 53 is a shirt from Henry Dinkins.
I'm going to stop you there. And so if there was a shirt that Mr. Dinkins had been wearing and law enforcement collected that from his person, does that comport with that description?
I would assume so, yes.
All right, take us through our next 2 items.
Item 55 is listed as a shirt from the north bedroom closet.
Is there an item number listed in parentheses that would be associated with the Davenport Police Department?
That is item number 24.
Okay. Was this an item that was also submitted for DNA analysis with Tiffany Smith?
Yes.
And then did you discover that actually the entry on your report for the location of this item was in error?
That the description of the shirt being from the north bedroom closet was how it was submitted. However, in discussions or communication logs from Tiffany Smith, the DNA examiner in the FBI laboratory, as well as a discussion with the Special Agent McMillan, it was clarified that that was not from the north bedroom closet, that it was from the plastic bag with the other items of evidence that I discussed earlier, the item 35 shirt, item 36 bra, item 37 underwear, and item 38 washcloth.
And so that would be the bag that had the children's clothing in it?
That was the plastic bag.
Yes, okay. You know what I'm going to do, Your Honor? May I make that correction on this exhibit?
It's of course exhibits, so
Do you have any objection?
I don't.
You may make that correction so it comports with the record.
And then what's, oh, hold on, let me turn that around. What is our final exhibit number?
Item 56, shirt from bed.
Okay. And then again, do we have a specific location as to what bed?
No.
Do we have a Davenport Police Report item number so that then we can associate that to its appropriate location?
Yes, it's listed as item number 16.
Okay. Did that include all of the items of evidence that were submitted for your analysis?
For my analysis for this particular case record, for this particular submission.
Right. Now, I'm going to jump ahead. Did you actually receive a second submission where you did further analysis?
Yes,
Will that be set forth in a separate laboratory report?
it is.
All right. So then, at this point in time, Your Honor, I had introduced State's Exhibit number 45, had I not?
Yes.
Okay, all right. At this point in time, then, let's just walk through this. What were you asked to look for with respect to all of these items that had been submitted?
I was requested to perform hair and fiber examinations and comparisons.
And then did you examine all of these items of evidence to see if there was any hairs or fibers that were present?
There were some items were examined, and they were all received in the trace evidence unit. They were all, hairs and fibers were all collected, they were processed. Not all examinations were conducted at this time. There were no known hair fiber samples at this time the report was submitted.
Okay, and then when you said that there was no hair, no known hair samples, who would that have involved? Were there any submitted for Mr. Dinkins?
That came in at a later time.
Okay, and then as of the dates that you had generated your report, had they located the body of Breasia Terrell?
No.
Okay. Did you perform your analysis in the late summer and early fall of 2020?
I'm sorry, can we go back to your original question about
Yeah.
fiber and hair exams conducted? I was talking about the hair exams, but I did conduct fiber comparisons on this particular submission.
Okay, all right.
I just want to clarify that.
No, and thank you. That makes a lot of sense. So you didn't do any analysis for hairs because you had no known samples. Would that be fair to say?
I did the examination portion on some of that, but not the comparison.
Okay. When you did the examination for the presence of hairs, did you find hairs on any of these items that were submitted?
I did.
What items would that have been?
Can I refer to my results?
Absolutely. Your Honor, may the
report?
witness refer to her results?
Just so the record's clear, I want the witness to tell us which exhibit she's referring to.
It would be this exhibit. I'm sorry, was it number 45?
State's Exhibit number 45.
45.
I have no objection to that.
You may proceed.
Can I refer to a copy of my report that I have up here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, is there a specific item you're looking for, or just the results in general?
Yeah, just the results in general related to locating any potential hair samples.
There was listed on in the results of examination section, third paragraph down, starting one head hair exhibiting African ancestral characteristics was recovered from item 38, which was the washcloth. This hair is suitable for meaningful microscopic comparison purposes and has been preserved on a glass microscope slide. If further microscopic comparisons are requested, please resubmit this evidence along with a known hair sample or samples.
Okay. Now, just to go back, item number 38, is that the washcloth that would have been in the children's bag of clothing?
Yes.
Okay. If through the course of the investigation, it was known that Breasia Terrell had been in the apartment at 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8, and she had used that washcloth, then was there any reason for further analysis of that?
I would not think that exam would be important to the case, because she was already associated to that washcloth without any further things happening.
Absolutely. And let's just take that a step further. With the child being identified as being present in that apartment, or the child even being identified as being present in a maroon Chevy Impala or the black Camaro, with the child's presence there, if there were hairs of that child that were recovered from either location, does it advance the cause because we have her established presence in those locations?
That is correct. So as I stated before, when I talk about the reason why trace evidence examinations are conducted, I talked about the reason why they're conducted is to establish a possible association between two people or a person and an object. But if there's already association established, then those exams may not be meaningful or needed.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, now let's go ahead and let's continue with your findings then.
Human body hairs and hair fragments not suitable for meaningful microscopic comparison purposes were recovered from item 14, which was the rag from the driver's console of 2007 Chevrolet Impala, and item 38, which is the washcloth. These hairs have been preserved on glass microscope slides.
Okay, but they weren't suitable for a meaning microscopic comparison.
They were not.
Okay, and so therefore, submitting any known hair samples for either the child or Henry Dinkins would be of no consequence. Would that be fair to say, as it relates to these items?
Correct.
Okay, what are your next findings?
One head hair was recovered from item 45, which was the debris from top of foam padding in room D of mobile home, license plate number ENJ181. And one head hair was also recovered from item 46, which is described as debris from under foam padding of room D of mobile home, license plate number ENJ181.
Okay, were these collected for future comparison?
It goes on to say that my report that these hairs are suitable for meaningful microscopic comparison purposes and have been preserved on glass microscope slides.
Okay, all right. And then would that require the submission of a known hair sample?
Yes.
All right. What were your next findings relative to two hairs?
So moving on, no human hairs were found on item 47, which is the machete from on top of microwave at 743 Schmidt Road.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about that. We're simply addressing the issue that there were no human hairs found on that machete that was recovered on the top of the microwave. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are there going to be different findings, though, related to that machete as we go further through your report when we talk about the fiber analysis?
Yes, the fiber analysis results are listed separately.
Okay, all right. And then what else was noted when you were doing your analysis related to items of evidence for hairs or fibers? Oh, no, at this point, are we turning to the fiber analysis?
Well, there's one more results for the hairs. Moving on down, no hairs or fibers were found on items 19, which was the hatchet. Let's see. hatchet from trunk of 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 19, which was the blade cover from the item 19 hatchet. The 48, which was the machete. And item 48-1, which was the sheath from the item 48 machete.
Okay, let's go back and let's make sure that we understand this. So the hatchet that was taken from the trunk of the maroon Chevy Impala, no hairs on that, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, the hatchet that was taken from the trunk of the maroon Chevy Impala, no hairs on that.
Correct.
But when we talk about item 48 and 48-1, a machete and a sheath with item 48, there was nothing there as well.
There were no hairs or fibers found.
And this machete is distinctly different from the machete that was found on top of the microwave at 743 Schmidt Road.
It was a completely different item.
All right. And then so item 48 and 48-1 will require some clarification from a detective who testifies so that we understand the location of where that machete and that sheath came from. Would you agree with me there?
Yes.
Okay, now let's go to your findings related to any types of fibers.
So starting with the first paragraph of the results of examination section of my report, textile fibers of various types and colors were recovered from item 47, which was the machete from on top of the microwave at 743 Schmidt Road. These fibers were compared to known fibers comprising the item 14 rag from driver's console of 2007 Chevrolet Impala, and item 38, which was the washcloth.
Okay, and item 38 would be the washcloth in that bag of children's clothing.
Yes.
Okay.
The fibers recovered from item 47 exhibit dissimilar microscopic characteristics or optical properties to the fibers comprising items 14 and 38. And accordingly, these fibers are not consistent with originating from the source of item 14 or 38.
Okay, now to be clear, there was no question that there were fibers on that machete on top of the microwave in the RV.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
There is no question that there were fibers on that machete that was recovered from the top of the microwave in the RV, correct?
There were fibers found.
All right. In order for there to be fibers then on that machete, what would have to happen?
The machete would have to be in contact with fibers.
All right. Now, when all of these items were submitted to you, for example, the washcloth from the children's bag of clothing, or the other exhibit, let me see, what was that again? Oh, and that would have been the rag from the driver's console of the 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Did you have any information that from an investigative standpoint that either of these were connected to that machete in any way?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
So the washcloth from the children's bag of clothing, and then that rag that was taken out of the console of the Impala, did you understand whether or not they had any relationship at all with that machete?
They were not from the same scene, but I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, and that's a very interesting point that you make. They were not from the same scene, but you still analyzed those to see if the fibers from those two items were consistent with what you saw in the machete. Would that be
Yes.
fair to say? And there were definitely fibers on that machete, but you don't know what the source of those fibers were. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
Okay, and then from there, what else did you conclude as a result of your analysis when you were going through and looking for fibers?
Textile fibers of various types and colors were recovered from items 14, which is the rag from the driver's console of 2007 Chevrolet Impala. and 38, which is the washcloth. These fibers have been preserved on glass microscope slides.
Okay, all right. And then beyond that, any additional findings related to fibers?
If you move on down to in my report results section, no textile fibers were found on item 45, which were the debris from the top of foam padding in room D of mobile home license plate number ENJ181. And no textile fibers were found on item 46, which is the debris from under foam padding in room D of mobile home license plate number ENJ181.
Okay. Can you tell us about items 45 and 46? Were those examined to determine whether or not they were, in fact, some type of hair?
The specimen, the debris that was collected from items 45 and 46 were examined to determine if it's a hair or if it's a fiber. Let's see, I'm sorry, 40. So as I testified earlier, there was a head hair recovered from item 45 and from 46.
Okay, all right. And were those meaningful for microscopic comparisons?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, related to the washcloth associated with the children's clothing, was there any type of hair found on that that you could even identify the ancestral characteristics of that hair?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, and for the washcloth that was located with the children's clothing, was there any hair on that item that you could identify an ancestral characteristic?
The item 38 washcloth, as I testified earlier, one head hair exhibiting African ancestral characteristics was recovered from the item 38 washcloth.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dotterstatter, relative to your findings, the finding that the state would focus on would be the findings related to the machete from the top of the microwave that did have fibers on it. And there's no question about that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, and again, I'm going to go back. The machete from the top of the microwave, that was found in that RV at 743 Schmidt Road, that definitely had fibers on it.
Yes,
Okay.
it had fibers on the machete.
Let me throw this question out, and I don't know if you can answer this, but when you were doing the examination of the machete that was found from the top of the microwave at 743 Schmidt Road, in looking at those fibers, could you offer an opinion as to what those fibers would have been consistent with?
Are you asking for I didn't do any further comparisons, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, no, but when we talked about characteristics of fibers, do various fibers have different characteristics?
They do. I would, to answer your question, I may be able to answer your question, but I need to refer to my case notes for that.
Do you have your case notes with you?
I do have a copy of my case notes if I am approved to examine them. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
So in my case notes, dated July 29th, 2020, from the item 47 machete from on top of the microwave, I have listed that there were textile fibers of various types and colors, including there were numerous 100 plus white cotton type fibers clumped together.
Okay. What would that be associated with then?
I don't know where they came from.
All right, and then let me be just a little bit more specific. When we consider paper towels versus considering some type of cloth rag, can you give us a sense of whether or not what you were seeing would come from a product like a paper towel versus a cloth rag?
The numerous 100 plus white cotton fibers would look different than paper fibers, but it is possible that they came from some fabric. I just don't know what that would be.
Okay, so clearly a fabric.
Yeah, these are fibers that would be, comprised of fabric.
Okay, and if a child had testified that that machete was wiped off with some type of cloth, is that consistent with your findings?
And also, as far as the white cotton fibers, I mean, it could be any type of fabric or textile, not just a cloth.
Okay, sure, absolutely. All right, thank you. Now, let me direct your attention to State's Exhibit number 46. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's remarked to State's Exhibit 46. May I approach? Hold on a second.
You may.
I'm handing you what's remarked as State's Exhibit number 46. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 46?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 46?
It's my laboratory report dated September 14th, 2020, and I recognize it by the laboratory number and my signature block.
Would this have been the second report that you generated by virtue of additional submissions that were made?
Yes.
Okay. And does it set forth your findings?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 46.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 46 will be admitted.
Okay. In this particular case, may I publish this, Your Honor?
You may.
In this particular case, were there some additional submissions of evidence that came in?
Yes.
Okay.
There were.
And then for purposes of our record, starting at Exhibit number 70 and moving down, or item number 70 and moving down, tell us what the additional submissions were.
There are, item 70 is the comb submitted as known sample from Breasia Terrell.
And I'm going just to stop you there. At the time that this comb came in, was it believed that hair samples in that comb could have potentially been Breasia Terrell's?
Yes, this was, again, submitted as, well, a known hair sample is, the ideal known hair sample is taken with hairs pulled from the head, directly from the scalp. But this was, her known sample was not available, so they submitted an alternate known in the form of a comb, which potentially could possibly have hairs from Breasia Terrell to use as an alternate known.
All right. And so to be sure, with a comb in a family home with multiple family members, is there always the possibility that various family members could have used that comb?
That is a potential.
All right. What are our next items of evidence?
Item 71, head hair sample from Henry Dinkins. Item 72, pubic hair sample from Henry Dinkins. Item 73, head hair sample from Andrea Culberson. Item 75, vacuum sweepings from driver's seat and floor in 2012 Chevrolet Camaro. Item 76, vacuum sweepings from front passenger seat and floor in 2012 Chevrolet Camaro. Item 77, vacuum sweepings from rear seats and floor in 2012 Chevrolet Camaro. Item 78, vacuum sweepings from trunk in 2012 Chevrolet Camaro. And item 79, shirt from trunk in 2012 Chevrolet Camaro.
To walk through this, since Briasia was known to have been in the Chevrolet Camaro, were those vacuum sweepings then determined to be of any import for purposes of analysis?
Can you repeat your question?
Yes, since Briasia Terrell had been identified as having been in the Chevrolet Camaro, was there a need to go through and process any of the vacuum sweepings from that vehicle to associate her with that vehicle?
If she was already associated to that vehicle as a passenger, then looking for hair evidence would not necessarily be probative.
Okay. All right, now that you've got known hair samples for Henry Dinkins, a subject by the name of Andrea Culberson, and then a potential sample that could have been Briasia Terrell's, describe what you did in comparing those items to our item 14, the rag from the driver's console, item 20, vacuum sweepings from the trunk of the Chevy Impala, item 4, 45 and 46, and that would be the debris from the top of the foam padding in the RV and under the foam padding.
So the first examination I conducted was to evaluate the item 70, which was the comb submitted as a known sample from Briasia Terrell,
Okay.
to make sure that I had a suitable known hair sample for comparison purposes.
Was it suitable?
It was not suitable for comparison purposes. During my examination of, all the debris from the comb was prepared on glass microscope slides, and I examined those microscope slides with that debris. And in my report, it states textile fibers, a wig-type fiber, non-human animal hair exhibiting microscopic characteristics consistent with dog, numerous hair fragments exhibiting African ancestral characteristics not suitable for meaningful microscopic comparison purposes, and a few head hairs or portions of head hairs, some artificially treated, were recovered from item 70, which was the comb.
Okay.
Accordingly, these hairs are not suitable to be used as an alternate known head hair sample and were not used for further microscopic comparison purposes.
Okay. And did that essentially conclude what you analyzed when you received this second submission?
Correct.
All right. So with that being said, there would have been no way to compare that to the debris on the foam padding in the mobile home. Would that be fair to say?
Not using that particular alternate known.
Okay. And then finally, Ms. Otterstatter, were you aware of how much time passed before they found the body or the skeletal remains of Briasia Terrell?
I am aware that there was some time passed. I'm not aware. I wasn't aware. Well, I don't think her remains were found when I issued my report.
Absolutely. At any rate, with the development of additional information over the course of the investigation and various witnesses that were identified by law enforcement, does the nature of evidence that comes in change the need for certain analysis to be conducted?
Yes, that can happen over the course of an investigation.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze, I think that we will take our afternoon break at this time. I apologize, you will not be able to do your cross-examination at this time, but you will take that up after our break. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. One moment, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I need to get connected. Ms. Cunningham, you may proceed.
And, Your Honor, the state had concluded its direct examination.
Mr. Freeze?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's Ms. Otterstatter, is that right?
Yes.
Thanks. Okay, ma'am, just to kind of summarize what I believe your conclusions have been in this case, you examined a number of items that were sent to you and then performed testing on some items that you were able to test and possibly compare on, I believe, 2 separate occasions, right?
Yes.
And those conclusions, as I understand them, and please correct me if I'm wrong, were not able to connect Henry Dinkins to any items submitted to you at the lab, right?
I did not do a comparison to his known hair sample, so that's correct.
Okay. Was there any trace evidence that connected any of the items you examined to Breasia Terrell?
No.
Now, the questions were asked of you about the Camaro. You recall that line of questioning? And Ms. Terrell being in the Camaro and Mr. Dinkins being in the Camaro and it not being so important to test those items?
Yes, I remember that.
And as I understand that line of questioning, that was because if we know that those two were in the Camaro, trace evidence wouldn't be so important. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Did you know that Breasia Terrell and Henry Dinkins had both been in the Camaro when you were asked to test these items?
I believe so.
Because that begs a question with me then, is why were these items even submitted to you for testing?
Which items are you talking about?
Well, anything from the Camaro.
I believe they were more interested to look for evidence in the trunk of the Camaro. But that is it.
Was any trace evidence suitable for examination found in the trunk of the Camaro by you?
I did not examine items from the trunk because I started out with examining the item 70 alternate known hair sample from Breasia Terrell, and because that was not suitable for comparison purposes, I did not proceed any further with any other exams.
Okay. Item 78 on State's Exhibit 46 are vacuum sweepings from the trunk in the 2012 Camaro. Were those ever tested?
No, because I did not have a suitable known hair sample from Breasia Terrell.
Okay, I understand now. After Breasia Terrell's remains were found, did you understand that we had hair at that point?
No, I did not. I was not contacted when I did not receive any evidence after Breasia Terrell's remains were found.
But after she was found, and let's assume there was hair found with the remains, it is possible then to take that hair and compare it to the evidence that was submitted to you, right?
If there was hairs that were recovered from Breasia Terrell's remains, yes, that is possible that I could examine those and potentially use that as an alternate known or unknown hair sample from Breasia Terrell.
So no one ever submitted any hair samples following the discovery of her remains to you for testing?
No.
And your testimony is those could have possibly been used to compare against, let's say, item trying to remember which one it was. You did have an item of hair that was taken from the mobile home, correct? I believe it was item 45. Strike that, item 38. And exhibit 45.
Item 38 was the washcloth, and there was one head hair exhibiting African ancestral characteristics recovered from the item 38 washcloth.
Okay.
So yes, I could have used.
But, excuse me, but that's the one that we determined was Breasia Terrell's because it was mixed in that plastic bag, right?
I did not determine that hair was Breasia Terrell's.
Okay. You also found one head hair from item 46, debris under foam padding in room D of mobile home. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that item was recovered from item 46 and were suitable for microscopic examination, right?
Correct.
So we have an item of hair from the mobile home, just so I'm clear, right?
Yes.
And that item is preserved for microscopic examination to this day, right?
Correct.
And if we have Breasia Terrell's remains that have hair, to this day we could possibly compare those two to see if Breasia Terrell was in that mobile home.
If there are hairs on her remains that are suitable for comparison purposes, yes, that can be conducted.
And no one asked you to do that, did they?
No, sir.
And you and I conducted a deposition about a month ago, right?
Yes.
We did that over the computer, Microsoft Teams or Zoom or something like that, right?
Yes.
And I asked you that question then, didn't I?
I don't remember that specific question.
Do you recall us having a discussion about the same line of questioning about Breasia Terrell's hair?
Perhaps.
In the last 30 days, has anyone asked you to compare that hair sample from item 45 to Breasia Terrell's hair that was recovered with her remains?
No.
Okay. Now, there was a line of questioning about the Camaro, and if we knew that Breasia was in the Camaro. That was also applied to the Impala. You recall that?
Yes.
Did anyone tell you that conclusively we knew that Breasia Terrell was in that Impala?
I believe so, that she was in, that she was known to have been in both vehicles.
Okay. Let's assume for argument's sake that we don't know she was in that Impala, okay? There are items of trace evidence here, such as item 11, item 12, item 13 on Stacy's Exhibit 45, item 20, which are vacuum sweepings, which could have trace evidence that could be compared to the hair that was found with Breasia Terrell's remains if they wanted to be compared, right?
Let's see. So you're asking if there's hairs on 11, 12, 13, and 20?
I guess maybe I got ahead of myself. Items 11, 12, and 13, first of all. Were there any trace evidence found on those?
There was debris that was collected from those items of evidence, but at that time I had no known hair samples, so I did not conduct an examination on those.
So my question now is, assuming that we don't know Ms. Terrell was in that Impala, and we know that 11, 12, and 13 are items that come from that Impala, and knowing now that we have hair from her remains that could be used for comparison, could that be done?
Yes, everything is collected and preserved, and if there are hairs suitable for comparison purposes from her remains, that could be conducted.
Were you ever asked to do that?
No.
Is it fair for me to say that there's no trace evidence in that Impala that places Breasia Terrell in that Impala?
Well, it would be inaccurate because we just don't know.
Okay, the question then becomes, is it fair for me to say we don't know from the evidence and the testing that you have done that Breasia Terrell was in that Impala?
Correct. There's no comparison that was conducted.
And is it fair for me to say that you weren't asked to conduct any comparisons? Right?
You mean after her remains are found?
At any point?
There was a request. However, I didn't have a known hair sample suitable for comparison purposes to do so at that time. And there was no additional samples submitted.
Under the microscope, you're able to tell if a fabric has been bleached, right?
I cannot examine fabric underneath a microscope and say that is bleached. No. I can examine it to see if it appears faded, but I can't say that fabric was bleached.
Okay. It seems to be a subtle distinction. What would make a fabric become faded?
Well, there could be exposure to sun, for example. Solar bleaching is one way. Items get bleached. Bleached is another.
Ma'am, are you asked to conduct any analysis or trace evidence on a 9mm SCCY pistol in this case?
I don't believe so, no.
Were you asked to conduct any trace evidence analysis on any ammunition in this case?
No.
Were you asked to conduct any trace evidence analysis on any .38 special revolver in this case?
I don't believe so. Do you have item numbers just to cross-reference?
I don't.
I don't.
If it's not in your report, is it fair to say you didn't analyze it?
That's correct.
There's been some discussion in this case about a baseball bat. Did you analyze any baseball bat for trace evidence?
No.
There's been some testimony about a pocket knife or a small folding hunting knife. I don't see that in your report. Do you recall testing a pocket knife or folding knife for trace evidence?
No, that was not submitted.
Were you asked to test a small kitchen knife for trace evidence?
If it's not in my report, I didn't examine it.
Okay. Who made the decision to submit these items to you for analysis?
That I'm not exactly sure. The contributor was Special Agent James McMillan of the Omaha Field Office with the FBI.
You had hair samples from Mr. Dinkins, did you not?
Yes.
Head hair and pubic hair?
Yes.
And were you able to compare those against anything that was submitted to you?
Which items are you specifically asking about?
Any item.
that was not compared because many of the items were from places that he was known to have been.
Okay. That's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibits 9-9 and 9-10. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Otterstatter, I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 9-9 and 9-10. I'm really just using this for purposes of foundation, and I would represent that we'll introduce this through a later witness. As you look at these exhibits, do you recognize what's depicted?
Well, this appears to be a large knife or machete.
Okay, and was that the large knife or machete that you noted that there were trace fibers on?
What, can you tell me what the FBI item number is?
Absolutely, I will. And let's go to your report, going to item number 47, which would be your item 47, and then the FBI item number being 1B54.
Okay.
Does that appear to be item 47 that you would have received and then analyzed for trace evidence consisting of fibers?
That item 47 was received in the trace evidence unit. I personally was not the one that examined it. We have our physical scientists that do all of the collection, and I am the one that received the microscope slides for examination purposes.
Okay, let's just go ahead and lay some foundation. So then when these items of evidence come to your unit, is there essentially a two-tier process to this, or a two-step process?
There is the processing or collection of hairs and fibers from the item of evidence, and then the hairs and fibers any hairs and fibers collected from the evidence are prepared on glass microscope slides for examination purposes. That could be like step one, for example, and then once those hairs and fibers collected are mounted on microscope slides, then I receive those slides and examine it using the methods I testified earlier to.
All right, let's approach that question in a different way. When you looked at States Exhibit 9-9 and 9-10, did that appear to be a large machete?
Yes.
Just based on what you could see with the naked eye, could you see some type of trace evidence consistent with fibers on that machete?
I'm going to object at this point. She's talking about a photograph that's not been admitted into evidence yet.
Your
I think
Honor,
it's appropriate.
Your Honor, it's simply laying foundation for testimony that will be authored through Detective Patrick Sievert. And this is really more illustrative of the point that I'm trying to make, if anything.
Then that's the time to ask this question is after Sievert testifies and this item's in evidence.
Your Honor, this
please.
witness has to get on an airplane, and so...
Approach, please.
Sure.
going to sustain the objection at this time. Ms. Cunningham, please rephrase.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. It's just a very simple question that I want to ask you. If there is a physical object, and there's some, like, item that is utilized with that physical object, across that physical object, can it leave behind fibers?
Can you
Okay,
answer
all right.
that or
Yeah,
ask me
so
that
I'm
again?
going to
I'm
rephrase
sorry.
it again. So take a physical object. If there is a rag that's wiped along a physical object, can that rag deposit fibers on that physical object?
Yes.
All right. And then would those fibers be something that can be seen with the naked eye?
Potentially.
Okay.
Maybe, maybe
and
not.
huh?
Maybe, maybe not.
Okay.
That's
but-
why we use low magnification microscopes when examining things such as machetes.
But there is the possibility that there could be fibers that are obvious to the naked eye. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Now, you indicated that you did not receive a baseball bat in. Is that correct?
Correct.
You indicated that you didn't receive a pocket knife in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You indicated you did not receive a kitchen knife.
Correct.
All right. And so then at the point of collection of those items, do you know whether or not officers examined them to see if there was anything on those objects that would merit submission to the laboratory? Can you speak to that issue at all?
I can't speak to that issue.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of an investigation, when officers are collecting items of evidence, they consider the circumstances and their observations of those items to determine whether or not it is an item that they believe should be submitted for analysis?
I can't speak to their thought process.
Okay.
But yes, I know that when they collect something, they decide at that point whether or not to send it to the laboratory.
Okay. Now, let me take that just a step further. You had been asked if you had received a .38 special revolver for purposes of analysis. Was there a .38 special revolver?
No.
Okay. If an item, a physical object, had been recovered from a body of water, would that seem to be a likely object to submit for any type of trace evidence analysis?
We have received items like that before.
Okay. But again, then, does it come down to the investigator and what it is that they note during the course of their contact with that object?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, with respect to the SCCY 9mm semi-automatic pistol, again, with that object, did you receive that object?
No.
Okay. And then I will speak to this. Do you even know the location of where that was recovered from?
I have no knowledge of that item.
So therefore, we have to consider the knowledge of the investigators at the time that they found these objects, which would form the basis of decisions made to the FBI laboratory. Would that be fair to say?
I'm not sure I'm one to answer that question, to be honest.
That's okay. That's all right. Now, another thing that I want to talk about, just for purposes of our record, when counsel referred to items 11, 12, and 13 on your lab report, was that the sections of fabric taken from the maroon Chevy Impala?
11, 12, and 13?
Yes.
Those are pieces of fabric from the different parts of the Impala, yes.
Okay. There was a question about whether or not, or what kind of, how bleach would affect fabric. And what was your answer to that?
I testified that I cannot examine a piece of fabric and say definitively that is bleached.
Okay. Now, just as a matter of common experience, though, if bleach is applied to fabric or upholstery, what does it tend to do to the color of the fabric or upholstery?
Well, bleach tends to to fade or make the colors lighter,
Okay.
depending on what type of bleach you use.
And then you had mentioned the topic of solar fading. Give us an idea of what you mean by solar fading.
Solar fading is when fabric is exposed. So if you have, we all have purchased new clothing, so it's nice and bright, new, and then solar fading can happen when the fabric or fibers have been exposed to the sun over a period of time, and it looks faded or lighter, or it changes the color somewhat.
Let's take that and let's apply that concept to a vehicle. Now, if you have a vehicle that doesn't have any tint to the windows, would it be fair to say that that fabric is going to be exposed to sunlight coming in through the windows of the vehicle?
Yes, that's fair to say.
And
Depending on the sun and the location of how the vehicle is parked and all those factors.
okay, and then relative to the topic of solar fading then, if there has been solar fading to the upholstery, would you expect that fading to be consistent across a broad area of the fabric versus like maybe small square patches in a section of fabric?
I would expect that the solar fading would be where the sun is exposing, or where the fabric is exposed to the sun.
Okay, thank you so much. I have no further questions. Oh, no, I do have one other question. Did you make a determination about the ancestral characteristics of the hair that would have been collected from the foam padding in the mobile home? And I would direct you to item 45 and 46 in States Exhibit number 45. And then that would also be true in States Exhibit number 46.
Did you say item 45 and 46?
Yes.
I didn't include that in my report of examination. Let's see. I can. I am referring to my notes, if that's okay.
Correct.
For item 45 and 46. Item 45, the head hair has a little bit more information about it, if you'd like me to read my notes.
Could you please?
It says 1 head hair, approximately 4 1/4 inches in length, broken at root end, appears are artificially treated, appears dyed dark black, rendering hair nearly opaque. Hair is coarse with patchy pigment. Cuticle appears dyed, potentially stripped, and perhaps a wig type hair.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Ma'am, item 47 on State's Exhibit 45, the machete from the top of the microwave. Did you physically lay eyes on that object?
I did not process that item, no.
Okay, so any analysis you did was simply looking at a slide with any items of trace evidence that was provided to you, right?
Correct.
So you're relying on someone else's collection of that item?
Yes.
Very well, thank you. Nothing further.
The state has no further questions.
You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls FBI analyst Tiffany Smith to the stand.
please stand to be sworn in, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell your first name.
My name is Tiffany Smith, spelled Tiffany.
What is your occupation?
I'm a forensic examiner in the DNA casework unit of the FBI laboratory.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Since August of 2010.
Can you describe your prior educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science degree from West Virginia University in Forensic and Investigative Sciences, and I have a Master's of Science degree also from West Virginia University in Biology.
When did you complete your formal education?
In 2010.
All right. Once you completed your formal education, did you have prior employment before coming to the FBI?
No, I was hired by the FBI laboratory directly after graduate school.
Okay. Upon being hired, what unit were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the DNA casework unit, formerly known as the nuclear DNA unit.
All right. And so has your entire career been focused on DNA analysis, essentially?
Yes, that and body fluid identification.
Can you describe the training that you've received involving DNA analysis?
Yes, so when I was hired by the FBI laboratory in August of 2010, I went through a 1.5-year training program. And in that training program, I performed the same job duties that I currently perform. However, it was under the direct supervision of qualified analysts. This included determining which items to test, directing a team of biologists to perform that testing, reviewing the results of that testing, writing reports that were then reviewed by qualified analysts. I also went through a series of oral board exercises and moot court examinations. And I also worked in the laboratory on mock items of evidence so that I could understand the practices and procedures done by the biologists.
Okay. And following even that initial training, do you go through regular training or go through regular coursework throughout your career with the FBI?
Yes, after that initial training was complete, we do something called continuing education, and that is requirements that we do every single year. We are required to have a certain amount of hours every year, and that could include going to conferences, presentations, reading scientific journals or articles, things of that nature.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is our hereditary material. We receive half of our DNA from our mother and half from our father. And it controls not only what we look like, but also all the chemical processes going on within our body.
Where is DNA found?
It is found within our cells, and our bodies are made up of trillions of cells, and this could include blood cells, sperm cells, tissue cells, or like muscle cells, skin cells, and the DNA found within these cells is identical throughout your body.
How do you examine items to determine whether DNA is present in an item?
It depends on the item. We may first conduct serology, which is body fluid identification on that item, to try to find areas with potential cells. Body fluids contain many, many cells. We may also just swab or cut an item of evidence to try to collect possible skin cells or any other cells that may be present. So we typically do a swabbing or a cutting from an item of evidence and then do the rest of the DNA extraction procedure.
And when you are swabbing and cutting areas for DNA analysis, does that involve some type of examination with the naked eye to identify locations that appeared to be, I'm going to say different, but I'm sure you can describe it a little bit better than what I'm doing with my question?
Yes, again, it depends on the item of evidence. So our biologists would be instructed to, depending on the item, either look for staining that might be present. So for instance, if we are testing an item for blood, the biologist would first look for any red-brown staining that might be present on that item and then conduct the swabbing or cutting from the item if there is red-brown staining being present. If we are trying to get skin cells, you don't really... you can't see those, so you would potentially swab textured areas or areas that come in direct contact with an individual's skin, or for like a water bottle, you would swab the mouth of the water bottle because that's how a water bottle would typically be used.
Okay. Now, then what steps do you take to process DNA samples from an item?
So the first thing I would do is come up with an exam plan. And an exam plan is just a list of what I would like tested in the case. I would then direct my team of biologists to perform that testing. For DNA testing, the first step is the collection. That's where you're swabbing or cutting from an item of evidence to try to capture those cells that contain DNA. Those cuttings or swabbings are then put into a tube, a sterile tube, that chemicals and heat are added to that item to break open those cells, releasing the DNA. This also purifies the DNA by removing all the other cellular components, such as proteins or lipids, for instance. Once the DNA is purified, we quantify the amount of DNA that we are able to obtain. This just tells us roughly how much DNA we were able to obtain from the sample. Next, we go through an amplification process, and this is where just the regions of DNA that differ among individuals, or what we are specifically looking at, go through a copying process. Over 99% of our DNA is the same. There's only 1% that differs among individuals, so we focus on a small portion of that and make millions upon millions of copies of those differences. Lastly, the DNA is run through an instrument that separates the DNA out by size, and this, in essence, generates what we call a DNA profile, which is going to be a snapshot of what an individual's DNA is at the locations that we test. And we do this for both evidence and known samples.
All right. Now, how would you compare DNA found on an item of evidence to the known DNA of an individual?
So we would first do that same process on both an evidence item and a known sample to generate DNA profiles. The first thing I would do is look at the item of evidence to interpret the results, and that's before looking at the known sample. I would first determine, is that DNA made up of male DNA, female DNA, or a mixture of both? I would then look to see if the DNA originated from one individual or multiple individuals. If it is multiple individuals, that would be called a mixture. Then, after that is done, I will compare the known sample to that evidence profile to see if the results are the same or if they are different. If they are different, then I state that that individual could be excluded as a contributor, meaning their DNA was not detected on that item. If the DNA from the item of evidence is the same as the DNA from a known individual, I state that that individual is included or cannot be excluded as a possible contributor. And then I would calculate something called a likelihood ratio, which just provides a statistic that compares the probability of observing the DNA evidence under two alternate explanations.
Okay. Now, what is it about the DNA strand where you can determine whether it belongs to a male versus a female?
As part of our testing process, we have 3 locations on the DNA that are sex-determining regions. So, for instance, males have a Y chromosome, whereas females do not. And so some of these sex-typing locations are found on the Y chromosome, so you would expect to see DNA results at those locations if the sample is from a male. If the sample is from a female, you would not expect to see those results.
Okay. Now, you had indicated that there can be situations where there are multiple individuals' DNA on an item of evidence. In that situation, are there limitations to your ability to be able to identify who the DNA belongs to relative to all of those contributors?
It's possible at the FBI laboratory, we interpret mixtures up to 4 individuals. So if the sample has 5 or more individuals, we no longer do comparisons for those. However, if the DNA is 4 or less, I can still do comparisons and still reach the same conclusions, an inclusion or an exclusion.
Okay. Now, going back to the issue of quantification, do you need to have a certain amount of characteristics associated with an individual's DNA to make a positive identification?
So for the quantification step, we do need to have enough DNA present to generate a DNA profile. However, at the FBI laboratory, we do not require a certain number of locations to be detected in order to do comparisons. We will do comparisons no matter what results we get.
I'd like to go back to an earlier comment that you had made. When you were talking about your examination plan, you indicated that you are going to be making decisions about what items to select for DNA testing. Can you explain what you mean by that, and what would make certain items of evidence suitable for testing, whereas other items of evidence not suitable for testing?
Sure. So it will depend on the case. So based off the case scenario, some items may be probative to find DNA from an individual. Other items may not be informative. So for instance, if we know that an individual was in a specific location, we don't necessarily need to do DNA testing to try to place them in that location. We also would start our testing on the most intimate items first, depending on the case scenario. So we would do the items most closely associated with a person and then move outward.
All right. Now let's talk about places where an individual is known to be located. In the course of an investigation, if law enforcement, for example, was trying to identify the location of a child that had come up missing, through the course of that investigation, if there had been statements collected that would place a child in specific locations, then are you going to be interested in processing items of evidence from that to establish that child's presence at a specific location?
No, not necessarily. If we know that the child was alleged to have been in that location, there's no question on that, then I would not need to do DNA testing in those locations.
Are you familiar with an investigation that was initiated by the Davenport Police Department on July 10th of 2020 involving a child by the name of Breasia Terrell who was missing and a subject of interest identified as Henry Dinkins?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with this case?
I was assigned to this case as the DNA examiner.
Okay. What field agents were you working with there at the FBI laboratory?
Special Agent Cameron Smith as well as Special Agent James McMillan directly. Those are who I had the most contact with.
All right, Special Agent Smith has been here in court and has testified. There was a topic of conversation that I would like to speak with you about. Through the course of the investigation, there were a number of items of evidence that were collected. Decisions were made about specific items to be submitted to the laboratory for testing, whether it be DNA, latent prints, or even trace evidence. Special Agent Smith indicated that they received guidance, field agents received guidance from individuals at the laboratory. Can you explain that process so that we understand how that plays into what items are selected to go to the laboratory?
Sure. So again, depending on the case, especially if there's a short deadline, in this case it was submitted to our laboratory as an expedite. And when you have a lot of items of evidence, you want to send the most probative or most informative items to the laboratory first to initiate the testing, because if you send everything all at once, you may bog down the system and slow the testing down, especially because at the laboratory, we are not part of the investigation. We don't know the case circumstances, so therefore, we just want to inform them to send the items that they believe would be the most informative for testing first, and we could always receive additional items later.
Given the variables of this investigation, were we working with a number of different locations?
Yes, we were.
Okay. Would that have involved a maroon Chevy Impala?
I do not know the color, but I did have listing a Chevy Impala, yes.
How about the address of 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8?
Yes, that was another location.
An address of 743 Schmidt Road where a motorhome was parked?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. A DNA that was collected from a subject identified as Henry Dinkins?
Yes, that is correct.
And then also a plastic bag that was known to contain clothing of Breasia Terrell and her younger brother?
We did have a bag of clothing, that is correct.
All right, now, did you have known DNA there that you were working with at the lab?
Yes, we did.
Whose known DNA were you working with?
So I had received a known DNA sample from Mr. Henry Dinkins. I received a known DNA sample from Miss Andrea Culberson, and then I received an alternate known originally from Miss Terrell, which was a toothbrush. Later, it was determined that the DNA profile obtained from that toothbrush did not, in fact, contain Miss Terrell's DNA. So therefore, I used a known DNA profile that was provided to me from a different agency, LabCorp.
Okay. Does LabCorp do paternity testing?
It does, yes.
Okay. And then, so had there been paternity testing relative to the child of Breasia Terrell?
From my understanding, yes, because I had received a report from LabCorp that contained paternity test results for Miss Terrell, and it had her DNA profile in that report, and that is what I ended up using for my comparisons.
And let's just speak to this issue so that this is addressed on the record. With the toothbrush, was that an early submission to the laboratory?
Yes, when we received our first submission, the toothbrush was part of that submission. It was actually given item 1. That was told to me that it was a known or alternate known sample from Miss Breasia Terrell. So that was what I used originally.
Okay. When you were able to get records from LabCorp that had Breasia Terrell's known DNA, what did you discover?
I discovered that the DNA profile between the toothbrush and Miss Terrell was different, and that the profile was more consistent with her mother.
All right. Let's speak to this particular topic. Going back to DNA, you had indicated that a child gets half of their DNA from the mother and half of the DNA from the father.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Now, how would you describe the DNA of an individual that they get from their mother?
You would share 50% of the DNA between a child and a mother.
And is that the mitochondrial DNA that we're talking about?
No, this would still be the nuclear DNA, which is the type of DNA testing I conducted. Mitochondrial DNA is passed down intact from mother to child, so those would actually be identical. I am not a mitochondrial DNA examiner. I strictly do nuclear DNA.
All right, and that's where you're just identifying the individual specific DNA. Is that correct?
That is correct, because for nuclear DNA is unique with the exception of identical twins.
Okay. Once you made that discovery, then, did you go through and redo your analysis?
I did, yes.
And then the report that we're going to be talking to today, would that have been a second report you authored once you'd received the known DNA of Breasia Terrell through documentation of LabCorp?
Yes, my second report superseded my first report, so my first report no longer is applicable. The second report is the official report that outlines all of the comparisons between Ms. Terrell and the items tested.
And then I want to speak to yet another issue. Did you author a third report as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, as to that third report, Andrea Culberson and her DNA, did it come in later on in the early stages of the investigation?
Yes, originally the only sample, the true known I had was from Mr. Dinkins. Later on I received a sample from Ms. Culberson.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 52. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 52 for purposes of identification?
I do.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's a copy of my report.
All right. And then what date did you author this report?
August 13, 2020.
What is the official title that appears at the top of this document?
FBI laboratory, well, it's the laboratory report.
All right. And then does it identify who the field agent was that was responsible for submissions that came to you?
It does. It has Special Agent Cameron Smith.
All right. And then if you could give us the case ID number for the FBI.
The FBI case ID is OM-3290265.
And then the lab number that would have been associated with this report to include which report? this was?
Yes, the laboratory report for this specific report is 2020-01448-19.
Does it list a name in the area of subject for subjects of interest?
It does. It lists Henry Earl Dinkins.
And then is the child's name Breasia Terrell on this document as well?
Yes, it is.
And does it identify the specific discipline that this report applies to?
It does. It lists DNA.
In addition, does this also include descriptions for every item of evidence that was submitted to the laboratory for you to analyze?
It is not every item that was submitted. It was every item that I tested in our unit specifically.
And thank you for that clarification. And then finally, do you set forth your results in this document?
Yes, I do.
And then does your name appear on this document as the author of this report?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 52.
No objection.
Exhibit 52 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 52?
You may.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and give you a copy, and then I'm going to utilize Elmo to work with this exhibit so that we can see what's going on here. Okay. All right. Now, to start off on your report, what I'd like for you to do, we're just going to go through a list of items submitted. I will tell you, for purposes of perspective, we've already provided an education for our written record as to how numbering of items work in that left column. All right, as we understand it, the item numbers in the left column were established by who?
By the FBI laboratory.
And then, of course, we've had discussions relative to each descriptor for an item of evidence, the area where there is quotes and we see numbers. Are we correct in understanding that like 1B61 would be the FBI number?
Yes, that would be provided from the field.
Okay, and then if we go to the end of that very first entry, item number 26 would be the item that the Davenport Police Department assigned to that evidence when it was seized.
That is correct.
Okay. When items are seized by Davenport and turned over to the FBI, does the FBI then give it its own item number?
Yes.
So essentially we're working with 3 item numbers.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Walk us through this then. Let's start with the very first item. And actually what I want you to do, let's go ahead and let's just start reading through those. And as you go through those, I'm going to have some questions along the way.
Sure. And normally, just to clarify, we do list the item numbers in order, but because I had that superseding report, the first 4 numbers were new items that had not been previously listed in my first report. That's why they are listed first.
And Ms. Smith, something that you did in your laboratory report that was very helpful, you got these descriptions by item numbers, but then as you go through and talk about the results of your analysis, do you give us a general heading of where these items of evidence came from so that we know where to associate that item as far as locations are concerned?
I did, yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead and take us through this set of item numbers.
So item 53 was a shirt from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 54 was a shirt listed as coming from Henry Dinkins.
I'd like to speak to that topic. Does that mean that that was an item that was taken directly off of Henry Dinkins?
That's what I would assume, but again, I don't know because I didn't do the collections myself.
Sure.
That was just how it was described to us when we received it at the laboratory.
Go ahead.
We received item 55, which was a shirt from a plastic bag. Item 56, which was a shirt from bed from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8.
And then as to item 55, as we go through your findings, are you going to give us more information about the plastic bag and that shirt so we know who it is associated with?
I will give results from the testing on that shirt, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The next is item 1, which was the toothbrush submitted as a known sample from Ms. Terrell. Item 2 was penile swabs from Mr. Henry Dinkins. Item 3 was a left hand swab from Mr. Dinkins. Item 4 was a right hand swab for Mr. Dinkins. Item 5 and 6 were the left and right hand fingernail swabs from Mr. Dinkins. Do we continue to the next page?
Yes, and then let me go ahead and turn the next page.
Item 7 was the buccal sample from Mr. Henry Dinkins, and a buccal sample is a cheek swab. This is the known sample from Mr. Dinkins. Item 8 was a swab from the left shoulder area on front passenger seat of 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 9 was a swab from the back seat of the 2007 Impala. Item 10 was a swab from the crevice on the back middle seat of the Impala. Item 11 was a piece of fabric from the left shoulder area on the front passenger seat of the Impala. Item 12 was a piece of fabric from middle rear seat of 2007 Impala. Item 13 was a piece of cushion from middle rear seat of 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 14 was a rag from driver's console of the Impala. Item 15 was a shirt from the trunk of the 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 16 were shorts from the trunk of 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Items 17 and 18 were 2 sandals from the trunk of a 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 19 was a hatchet from the trunk of a 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 19-1 was the blade cover from that hatchet from the trunk of the 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 21 were 2 swabs from bathtub drain at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 22 were 2 swabs from molding along bottom of bathtub at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 23 were 2 swabs from bathroom sink countertop at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 24 were 2 swabs from toilet seat at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 25 were 2 swabs from top rim of toilet bowl at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Excuse me. Item 26 were 2 swabs from the top of the toilet tank at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 27 was a piece of mattress from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8.
Okay, going to our third page.
Item 28, item 29, item 30, item 31, item 32, item 33, and item 34 were all pieces of mattress from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 35 was a shirt from plastic bag. Item 36 was bra from plastic bag. Item 37 was underwear from plastic bag. Item 38 was washcloth from plastic bag.
And if I could, item 35 through 38, was that the plastic bag that contained the clothing of the children that law enforcement had collected?
That's what I was informed.
Okay, go ahead.
Item 39 was swab from right side of kitchen sink in room C of mobile home, license plate number ENJ181. Item 40, swab from left side of kitchen sink in room C of mobile home, license plate number ENJ181. Item 41 was swab from bathroom sink handle in room E of mobile home. Item 42, swab from bathroom sink in room E of mobile home. Item 43, swab from foam padding in room D of mobile home. Item 44, swab from foam padding in room D of mobile home. Item 47, machete from on top of microwave at 743 Schmidt Road. Item 48, machete. Item 48-1, sheath with item 48 machete.
And then finally, on page 4 of your report our final items that were submitted for submission.
Item 49 was a broom from kitchen at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. And lastly, item 52, bottle with cap and liquid contents from 2744 East 53rd Street.
Now, I want to make sure that I am clear. Is this the corrected report that you would have prepared?
Yes, this is the superseding report that replaced the original report.
Thank you, and I just wanted to make sure that that was correct. From there, then, let's just walk through, then, your analysis of items of evidence. Give me a moment. All right. In this report, do you set forth the DNA for Breasia Terrell?
I do, yes.
Okay. All right. Take us through your findings. How many different findings did you make in this report?
So all of the items that were just listed, with the exception of the known samples, were tested for either blood, semen, and DNA.
Okay. Is it necessary for there to be blood, semen, or some type of bodily fluid present, which would then result in a DNA analysis?
So for this particular case, because again, I had information that we knew that Ms. Terrell had been in some of these locations, if the items tested negative for blood and or semen, they were not carried on for DNA testing in most instances. Only the items that tested positive for blood and or semen typically went on for DNA testing, with the exception of a few items in this particular case.
Now, as far as Mr. Dinkins' known DNA, that came from what sources?
That was from a cheek swab, a buccal sample.
All right. And then from there, let me just walk through this. The shirt that Mr. Dinkins had been wearing, which is your item 54, was that examined?
Yes, it was.
What was noted during the examination of that item?
On the item 54 shirt that was from Mr. Dinkins, blood was indicated on that item. An indication of blood means that it tested positive for our presumptive test. However, blood was not confirmed. That stain then was sent on for DNA testing, and male DNA was obtained from that item, and no DNA result, unlike Mr. Dinkins, were obtained.
Okay. The language that you had used, no DNA typing results, unlike Mr. Dinkins, were obtained. Very simply then, was that consistent with his DNA?
Yes, typically if we take an item directly from an individual, we expect to find their DNA present on that item. So instead of doing statistics whenever we have a match, we would typically say no DNA unlike that individual if their DNA is expected to be present.
Okay, and then that helps us understand that particular finding. All right, now let's go to the Chevy Impala. As far as the Chevy Impala, did you do DNA testing on the various swabs that were cut from the front passenger seat and even from the back seat of that vehicle?
For the swabs from the different areas of the Chevrolet Impala, blood testing was conducted on those swabs. However, blood was not detected. From the cuttings of some of the fabric areas from the Chevy Impala, those were tested for both blood and semen. However, blood and semen were not detected.
Since blood and semen were not detected, was there any DNA analysis done on those items?
No, because again, the information I had was that we knew that Ms. Terrell had been in that vehicle at some point in time, so finding her DNA in the vehicle would not be informative.
Okay. I'd like to speak to the issue of bleach. Bleach is a component of this investigation. When you were doing your DNA analysis there at the laboratory, do you do any type of analysis to determine whether or not bleach was a product that was used in an area to destroy DNA?
Not as part of my testing, no.
Okay. Can you speak to the topic of bleach and how that product would impact the presence of DNA?
So bleach itself is used to destroy or degrade DNA. So we use it, for instance, in our laboratory to clean items. So for instance, when a biologist is doing their testing on an item of evidence, before they pull out that item, they would clean their work surface, they would clean their instruments with bleach to remove any DNA that might be present. And then when they are done with testing, they would repeat that process to, again, remove DNA.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go to an item that was found in the trunk of the Chevy Impala that was of interest. Item number 16. Can you speak to that item?
Item 16 were a pair of shorts from the trunk of the Impala.
Okay. Was it examined for the presence of blood or semen?
Yes, it was. Blood was indicated on this pair of shorts from the trunk. However, semen was not detected.
Okay. With there being blood detected, was there any type of comparison to the known DNA of Breasia Terrell or Henry Dinkins?
Yes, there was.
Explain.
So 2 collections were done from this pair of shorts. The first was a swabbing of the stain from the inside back crotch area of the shorts. For that stain, female DNA was obtained from a single individual. When I compared Mr. Dinkins and Ms. Terrell, they were excluded. So the DNA profile from those 2 individuals was not the same as the DNA from that stain, so therefore they were excluded.
Okay, let's speak to a subsequent report that you would have generated. Now, was it known that Andrea Culberson was the girlfriend of Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Was her DNA submitted so that you could compare her DNA to either, well, the blood on the shorts or even the swabs taken from the waistband of the shorts?
Yes.
And what was the result of that?
Ms. Culberson was excluded from both of those stains.
Okay. And so then is the DNA, has it ever been identified as to who it belongs to?
No.
Okay. And was that a female or a male's DNA?
From the swab of the stain from the inside back crotch area, that was a single female individual, was obtained from that. From the wearer swabbing or the swabbing of the inside waistband of the shorts, I did get DNA from a female, but it was interpreted as originating from 3 individuals.
Okay. And then so with it originating from 3 individuals, could you conclusively say that it was not Breasia Terrell or Andrea Culberson?
I could exclude Ms. Culberson. I could not visually exclude Ms. Terrell from that item. Just because it was a mixture. So what I did is I calculated a likelihood ratio, which is, again, that statistic that provides either support for inclusion or support for exclusion. And in this case, I got support or limited support for exclusion. So it meant the DNA results from that swabbing of the inside waistband of the shorts are 2 times more likely if the DNA originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals are contributors than if Ms. Terrell and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals are contributors.
Okay. Now, something of interest would have been swabs taken at 2744 East 53rd Street, particularly in the bathroom around drains, and then also from a toilet seat. I would note that there was a small dot on a toilet seat, and we've had photographs introduced that looked like it was just a little darker stain, maybe consistent with blood. Can you tell us what determinations that you made from all of the items that came from 2744 East 53rd Street that were subject to your analysis?
Yes, so again, for those items, they were subjected to either serology, so blood and or semen exams. If they were negative, DNA testing was not conducted because, again, my understanding was that Ms. Terrell had been at that location. If they were positive, then I sent them on for DNA testing.
Okay. Identify each location that's in play here.
So for the items from 2744 East 53rd Street, from the first round of testing, I have swabs from bathtub drain, swabs from molding along bottom of bathtub, swabs from bathroom sink countertop, swabs from toilet seat, swabs from top rim of toilet bowl, swabs from top of toilet tank, broom from kitchen, bottle with cap and liquid contents, shirt and shirt from bed, and blood was not detected on any of those items.
All right. Now, were there multiple cuttings from a mattress at that address that were sent in for analysis?
Yes, multiple cuttings were taken, and all of those cuttings were tested for blood, but blood was not detected on any of those pieces of mattress. Some of them, semen was identified.
Okay. Relative to semen stains, were you able to attribute any of those semen stains to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes, I was, and those final results would have been subject of my third report.
Certainly. And then I'll just ask you this. Were you able to attribute any stains from the mattress to Andrea Culberson?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now let's just speak to that. With there being either semen attributable to Mr. Dinkins or even bodily fluids attributable to Ms. Culberson, is that what you would expect if they live in this apartment and they are involved in a relationship with one another?
Yes, I would.
Okay, all right. So nothing there that really stood out and was concerning. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
All right. As far as just any of the stains on the mattress, was Briasia excluded as a contributor to any of those stains on the mattress?
Yes, she was excluded from some of those stains. That's correct.
All right. And then for Mr. Dinkins, just go ahead and give us a likelihood ratio, even though we would expect to find his semen, in that bedroom on the mattress.
So I did calculate likelihood ratios for Mr. Dinkins before I had received the known from Ms. Culberson, but I actually did end up changing my results to no DNA unlike or the DNA unlike Mr. Dinkins because I put him as an assumed contributor. So I can give those first results if you'd like, but they did change subject to the second report.
Okay, and how did they change then? In what respect?
Your Honor, may I refer to my second report?
You may.
So for the item 27 piece of mattress, for that, male DNA was detected, and it was interpreted originating from two individuals. In both of the reports, Ms. Terrell, Mr. Dinkins, and Ms. Culberson were excluded as contributors for that particular cutting. For item 29 piece of mattress, originally I did not have Ms. Culberson's sample, so I just compared any DNA that I had to Mr. Dinkins and Ms. Terrell. However, when I received the known from Ms. Culberson for item 29, I could see that the majority of the DNA on that matched to Ms. Culberson and Mr. Dinkins, which would be what I would expect if you have two adults in a relationship where they both are potentially living. So therefore, my final results for that item were that male and female DNA was obtained from that cutting of semen stain, which was our item 29-1. Item 29-1 was interpreted as originating from four individuals, two of whom are Ms. Culberson and Mr. Dinkins. The DNA results from that item are equally likely if Ms. Culberson, Dinkins, and Terrell and an unknown, unrelated person are contributors than if Culberson, Dinkins, and two unknown, unrelated people are contributors. This is an inconclusive result, meaning it's uninformative result, meaning there's equal support for inclusion or exclusion.
Certainly. Let me ask you this. Just given the findings there relative to the swabs in the bathroom and also the findings relative to the cuttings from the mattress, would those findings be consistent with the statements taken from witnesses that there had been no untoward activity at the apartment where the children were staying before Briasia came up missing?
That is one explanation. As part of DNA testing, I can't state why or when DNA is left behind or why DNA is not found. But if nothing occurred at a location, I would not expect to find necessarily blood or semen at that location.
Okay. Now let's go to items taken from the motorhome at 743 Schmidt Road. Articulate what those items are for our record.
The items from 743 Schmidt Road were a swab from right side of kitchen sink, swab from left side of kitchen sink, swab from bathroom sink handle, swab from bathroom sink, swab from foam padding, swab from foam padding, and machete from top of microwave.
Okay. Were all of those items examined for the presence of blood?
Yes, they were.
Was blood detected?
No, it was not.
Since blood was detected, was there any DNA analysis that was done?
Because blood was not detected on these items, I did not carry them on for DNA testing.
Okay. Now let's go to the plastic bag that contained the clothing for the children. What did those items consist of?
I had a shirt, a bra, a washcloth, another shirt, and a pair of underwear as part of this first report.
Okay, let me go to, all right, gotcha. All right, and then was there any blood detected on any of those articles?
Blood and semen were tested for all of those items, and blood and semen were not detected.
All right, and then again, going back to my earlier question, if these items had been, I guess, gathered from the address of 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8, and there was no statements provided by people that anything untoward had happened at that location, are these findings consistent with those statements?
Again, I can't speak to why they may or may not have body fluids on them. However, that is one explanation. If nothing occurred, then I would not expect to find blood or semen potentially on those items.
As for the final item that you noted in your report under miscellaneous, give us a descriptor for that.
For the miscellaneous items, I listed them because I at the time of my testing, I was not aware of where those items were collected from. It was a machete and a sheath from a machete.
Have you since learned where that machete and the sheath for it was collected? We've got the one from the RV.
I believe it also came from the RV, but I don't actually know for certain.
Okay, and we'll go ahead and fill that gap in through testimony of one of our detectives. At any rate, describe your finding relative to item 48 and 48-1.
Blood was not detected on those items.
All right, and so since blood was not detected, was there any DNA analysis?
No.
All right. Now, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 53 for purposes, hold on. For purposes of identification, and I can just go ahead and take this copy, if you will. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, this is my third report that I generated.
All right. And how does this report differ from the earlier report?
This report is just receiving additional items. So in this specific report is where I received the known sample from Miss Andrea Culberson, as well as a shirt from the trunk in a 2012 Chevrolet Camaro. So this report just outlines the results from that shirt, as well as any comparisons between Miss Culberson and that previously tested items.
All right. Does it bear the same caption on this document of being a laboratory report?
It does, yes.
Does it have the same case ID number?
It does.
The same lab number?
Yes, with the exception of instead of -19, it's -24.
And then who's identified as our field agent responsible for this submission?
Special Agent Cameron Smith.
All right. And then what date was this report generated?
September 18th, 2020.
And whose name appears on this document as the DNA caseworker or analyst who authored this report?
Myself.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 53.
No objection.
Exhibit 53 will be admitted.
And then, Your Honor, may I publish this particular exhibit?
You may.
Okay. All right. In this report, then, give us the item numbers for the latest submissions and the descriptors for those two item numbers.
Item 74, which was the buccal sample from Miss Andrea Culberson, and again, this is the known cheek swab from her. The next item is item 79, which was a shirt from trunk in 2012 Chevrolet Camaro.
Okay, have we already discussed the findings relative to Andrea Culberson when they were compared to the cuttings taken from the mattress at 2744 East 53rd Street?
From some of those cuttings, yes.
Okay, all right. Now, I think really what I want to focus on then for purposes of this report is the shirt from the trunk in the 2012 Chevy Camaro. There was previously a photograph introduced of a white T-shirt that had some staining on it, creating the impression that it might potentially be blood. Tell us about the analysis of that shirt.
Blood was not detected on this item.
And then so with blood not being detected, was any DNA analysis done?
No.
All right. What else do we need to talk about then relative to the cuttings from the mattress? Is there anything else that we need to add to your testimony as we look at this report?
So the only, I did not discuss item 34 piece of mattress previously. For item 34, 2 cuttings were taken. From one of the cuttings, male DNA was obtained. This is 34-1. This is the first cutting. There was DNA, unlike Ms. Culberson and Mr. Dinkins, obtained from this item from a single individual, but it was very limited for comparison purposes. However, Ms. Terrell could not be compared because LabCorp that provided the profile to me used a different type of DNA kit than what we use at the FBI laboratory, so there's not 100% overlap, so I was not able to compare her to that stain. And the second cutting, male DNA was obtained, and no DNA, unlike Ms. Culberson and Mr. Dinkins, were obtained.
Okay. Did that conclude your involvement in this particular case?
It did. The only exception that we have not discussed was the underwear from the plastic bag. DNA testing was conducted, although it tested negative for blood and semen.
All right. And that would have been the plastic bag that contained the children's clothing, correct?
That was my knowledge with the testing. That is correct.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and grab that exhibit from you. I think that's the original. I have no further questions.
We'll take our afternoon break. At this time, we'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes. Mr. Freeze?
Thank you. Is it Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to clarify a few things. First of all, with respect to DNA, DNA is everywhere. We're sloughing DNA off continuously, aren't we, as human beings?
We do leave our DNA behind on items when we're touching items or when we potentially sneeze on items. Yes, we do leave DNA behind.
So we leave DNA off through skin cells, correct?
It is possible. It's not guaranteed, but you can, yes.
Saliva is another way we can leave DNA.
That is correct.
Sweat.
Sweat itself contains skin cells. So yes, skin cells again.
Tears, right?
It's possible.
Sneezing, correct?
Correct.
Any other way we can leave off DNA?
Any body fluid would typically have DNA present, just either due to, again, blood cells, sperm cells, skin cells, and again, by touching items, you could leave behind skin cells as well.
For instance, if someone come by here right now and just kind of wiped off this table, the chances of finding my DNA on this table would be quite high, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't know without testing it, but it is possible, depending on how often it's cleaned, yes.
Okay, thanks. But in this case, the only substance or fluid you were looking for, you were directed to look for, was blood and semen, right?
So that was my determination originally based off of the information I had. I determined to do blood and or semen testing, and if positive, continue with DNA. If negative, I would stop.
Okay. But it could have been possible to search for other substances like sweat, tears, epithelials, things like that, right?
We do not have serology tests that will identify those fluids. We could have done DNA testing. However, I would not be able to state where the DNA came from, what type of body fluid it was, because we do not have serology exams for those.
For instance, the Impala. You could have tested for DNA inside the Impala had you chosen to.
Yes, I could have. That's correct.
And the decision to not test for DNA from the items that came from inside the Impala, first of all, the passenger compartment, was based upon the assumption that Ms. Terrell was inside the passenger compartment of the Impala.
The information I was given was that there was no question whether she had been in that vehicle, so finding her DNA in that vehicle would not have been informative. So that was what my determination was based off of.
Who gave you that information?
I believe it was either Special Agent McMillan or Special Agent Smith.
And the trunk of the DNA of the Impala, were items submitted there that could have been tested for DNA?
Again, they could have been, but again, I wouldn't be able to state how or when the DNA got there, whether it was through direct contact with the trunk or if an item was just placed into a trunk. So therefore, again, I determined not to do DNA testing if they were negative.
Very well. Now, if you had been told that Ms. Terrell had never been in that Impala, would that have changed your analysis?
If I was told she had never been in the Impala, I might have done DNA testing on some of the areas, not all of the items again, because items that can be placed into a vehicle, again, it doesn't necessarily mean the individual was in that vehicle. However, I might have sent some of the swabs on for testing.
Sure. Were any swabs or cuttings taken of the liner or the carpet of the trunk of the Impala?
I don't know if any were taken. I did not receive any.
Okay. If you had received some and were asked to test them, you would have done that, right?
Yes, I would have tested them again for blood, and if positive, I would have sent them on for DNA.
And if they were sent to you for testing, that would have been included in your two reports, State's Exhibit 52 and 53, right?
Yes, if they had been tested, I would have outlined them in a report.
I want to talk a little bit about your report, ma'am. Item number 1 was the toothbrush that was submitted for testing. Do you know where that item came from?
I do not.
Okay. But you asked for a known specimen of Ms. Terrell's DNA to be submitted, correct?
Yes, I did.
And it was important that that item be solely Ms. Terrell's, correct?
Yes, typically whenever we do comparisons, we need known samples. Unfortunately, with individuals that are missing or not available, oftentimes if they're, like for instance, deceased, we have to get other samples like alternate knowns or items that we believe they have come in contact with. But our preference would be true knowns like blood or cheek directly from an individual.
And that's where a toothbrush would come in, cheek DNA, for example, right?
No, a toothbrush would still be considered a question item unless that was what somebody directly gives the person to swab their mouth under observation and turns it in. Because if you just find a toothbrush, you might not necessarily know whose DNA is present on that. A known sample would typically be either blood drawn from a hospital or a nurse and or a cheek swab collected directly from a person.
But as I understand item number 1, the toothbrush, when it was tested, it was solely the DNA of Miss Terrell's mother, right?
It was, yes. When I compared the DNA profile from the toothbrush to the paternity report, I saw that it was consistent with Miss Terrell's mother.
So Miss Terrell's DNA was nowhere on this toothbrush, correct?
From the area that was tested, I did not see her DNA present.
But the DNA of her mother was, right?
Yes, from what I understand based off of the LabCorp report.
Items 2, 4, 5, and 6 all came from Henry Dinkins. It was a penile swab, hand swabs, and fingernail swabs, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Were those tested for female DNA?
They were tested for DNA.
So there was no female DNA found on Henry Dinkins' penis, right?
No DNA, unlike Mr. Dinkins, was found on the penile swabs. That's correct.
So I can safely state that there was no female DNA on Mr. Dinkins' penis, right?
None that was detected. That is correct.
No female DNA under Mr. Dinkins' fingernails, right?
There was no DNA, unlike Mr. Dinkins, obtained. For the fingernails specifically, no sex typing results were obtained, so no male or female DNA was detected. However, for the actual type of DNA testing we conduct, there was no DNA, unlike Mr. Dinkins, from either of those items.
And that statement allows me to assume there was no female DNA.
That is correct. There's no female or male DNA detected.
And fingernail swabs are taken, in your experience, why?
Typically, fingernail swabs, we do often receive them as part of sexual assault kits or from instances where there might have been close contact where an individual may have scratched someone. That is typically when we see them, but they're often collected and we receive them at the laboratory.
And the hand swabs, both the left hand and right hand swab, again, the only DNA that was discovered was that of Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes, that is correct. No DNA, unlike Mr. Dinkins, was obtained from the left or right hand swab.
So in summary, all the DNA that was taken from swabs from Mr. Dinkins had only Mr. Dinkins' DNA.
From those that I received, yes, that's correct.
In item 54, the shirt, there was blood on that shirt, but that was Mr. Dinkins' blood, right?
Blood was indicated on that shirt. Blood was not confirmed because that confirmatory test was not conducted. However, no DNA, unlike Mr. Dinkins, was obtained from that stain.
And there was no need to confirm that blood because it was male DNA, right?
No, we actually do the confirmatory test for blood prior to DNA testing. However, due to the quantity of the stain was very small, so I didn't want to do the confirmatory testing because if I did, I might have consumed or used up too much of the stain. So I felt that DNA testing was more informative.
The items in the trunk, the shorts in the trunk, again, no DNA of Breasia Terrell was found on those items, was there?
From the shorts from the trunk, Miss Terrell was excluded from the stain from the inside back crotch area of the shorts. She could not be visually excluded from the inside waistband, but again, there was limited support for exclusion. So there was support for exclusion.
Okay. Moving on to the items found in the apartment at 2744 East 53rd Street. Swabs from the drain, all the swabs from the bathroom. Again, no blood, right?
That is correct. Blood was not detected on those items.
So if there's been testimony or if there's blood preliminarily thought to be found there, confirmatory tests done by you indicate there was no blood on any of those items, correct?
That is correct, but I want to clarify, blood was not detected. It doesn't mean blood couldn't have been there. It could have been below our limit of detection.
Okay, but for evidence of this record, you have no evidence of blood on those items.
That is correct. Blood was not detected using our exams.
And the only evidence of semen stains you have are from the mattress at that location, right?
Yes, that is correct. Semen was identified on some of the cuttings from the mattress.
And that's not to be unexpected on a bed, correct?
That is correct.
Moving on to Schmidt Road and the RV that was found there, items number 39, 40, 41, 42, and 44. Those are swabs from the sink and swabs from foam padding found inside the RV. Those were tested for blood?
That is correct.
Was blood detected?
No, it was not.
In item 47, there was talk of a machete found on top of the microwave. Does that comport with your best recollection?
Yes, that is correct.
Was there any blood detected on that machete?
Blood was not detected.
It was tested, right?
That is correct. We tested, I had my biologist test that machete for the presence of blood. However, blood was not detected.
Okay. Could that have been tested for DNA?
It could have, yes.
But it wasn't, right?
That is correct. Again, I had made the determination that because blood was not detected on that item, I would not swab for DNA testing.
The likelihood of finding DNA in that machete without blood would be fairly low?
It depends on what the DNA is from. If there was saliva or other body fluids present on the machete, there could have been DNA. However, based off the case and circumstances, I was strictly looking for blood in this case.
Okay. What do you mean when you say case circumstances?
Again, there was a missing child, so the information I had was they wanted to determine if there was potentially blood on these items.
No other semen was found in this case, was there? As far as you know.
From the items that I tested, no, semen was not detected on any of the items besides the mattress cuttings.
And the machete, that was item 48 and number 48-1, the sheath from another machete, no blood detected on that, right?
That is correct.
Was Breasia Terrell's DNA located anywhere that you tested?
Yes, there was one item where when I compared Miss Terrell, her DNA did match, and this was a pair of underwear from inside a plastic bag. Blood and semen were not detected on that item. However, when I did the DNA testing, because typically with underwear we would still swab the inside crotch region of the underwear to see whose DNA it might have been. Female DNA was obtained from that item, and it was interpreted assuming one individual. That was compared to Miss Terrell, and she did match to that DNA. The likelihood ratio I got was 84 trillion, which means very strong support for inclusion.
And that was in this plastic bag of children's clothing, correct?
It was, yes, it was a plastic bag of clothing.
And that one positive hit for DNA, I'm going to call it, for Miss Terrell, was Mr. Dinkins' DNA found anywhere on that sample?
No, Mr. Dinkins and Miss Culberson were excluded from that.
So, other than that DNA that was discovered in that plastic bag, Miss Terrell's DNA is found nowhere on the items that you tested, right?
For the limited items I tested, I did not have any support for inclusion for Miss Terrell on those other items, with the exception of that underwear.
So we have no DNA of Miss Terrell in the Impala, correct?
From the items that I only tested one item from the Impala for DNA, and her DNA was not detected.
Okay. And we could have tested for DNA had we chosen to, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
No DNA of Miss Terrell in the Camaro, correct?
For the Camaro, I don't believe any, there was no DNA testing done on the Camaro. It was only blood testing.
Okay. Could have done that if we wanted, correct?
It's possible. Again, the only item I believe I received from that was a shirt.
Okay. And her DNA was not discovered in the apartment either, correct?
For the mattress cuttings, I could not compare her to one of those cuttings, so I can't state one way or the other. For another cutting, she was uninformative. So again, it's more of an inconclusive result, but there was no support for inclusion. That is correct.
But other than the mattress, there was no DNA located anywhere in that apartment, correct?
Again, DNA testing was not conducted because they were negative for blood.
Okay. Could have been had the test been done.
That is correct. I could have sent additional items on, but again, because the information I had was that Ms. Terrell had been in that apartment previously, finding her DNA was not informative in my opinion.
And on Mr. Dinkins' person, no DNA of Ms. Terrell was located, correct?
Correct. From the penile and hand swabs as well as the fingernail swabs, no DNA, unlike Mr. Dinkins, was obtained.
And on any clothing that was taken from Mr. Dinkins, there was no DNA from Ms. Terrell, correct?
Ms. Terrell was excluded from the one stain that I sent on for DNA testing from the shirt from Mr. Dinkins. That is correct.
And was that shirt identified as the one he was wearing on July 10th?
I do not know that information.
That's fair. Very well, thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Smith, can you explain what a serology examination is?
Sure. Serology is the identification of body fluids on forensic items. At the FBI laboratory, we test for blood and semen.
All right. And then if you are doing some type of serology examination, are there light sources that have to be utilized so that you can observe bodily fluids that may not be obvious to the naked eye?
Yes, for when we're testing an item for semen, the biologist would use an alternate light source. So that causes semen to fluoresce or glow under the lighting. So we would use that if we're looking for semen. If we're looking for blood, we would typically just use natural light or maybe a lamp that has a stronger light.
Okay. Now let's go to the conversation that counsel had with you about whether or not there were any carpet samples taken from the trunk of the maroon Chevy Impala. With the FBI's evidence response team, are you familiar with the processes that they utilize where one of the things that they will do is they will use alternate light sources to identify the presence of blood?
Yes, I am aware of the fact that they can do that. I don't know specifically what any ERT unit will do because there are multiple tests available.
All right. And then so very simply, as far as informative testimony relative to the trunk area of the Impala, we should look to the testimony of the agent who was involved in the processing of that vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, I was not present during any of the collection of evidence, so I can't speak to why or when specific items were collected.
Okay, and if there's testimony, that did not indicate the need to collect any type of what I'm going to call carpet from the trunk, you have no reason to. You have no basis for why that decision would have been made. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about this. Say, for example, a subject has DNA. Somebody else's DNA on their body, potentially under fingernails, or, if there's been some type of sex act, maybe the transfer of an individual's DNA into the area of their penis. How would bathing affect the presence of DNA on an individual's body?
Typically, when an individual bathes, they remove their DNA on the surface of the body, especially if they... It's going to obviously depend on the amount of scrubbing, what type of chemicals or soaps they're using, but we do expect that bathing will remove DNA.
All right. And so if an individual's whereabouts and movements are unknown for a period of time before law enforcement comes into contact with that individual and collects samples such as buccal swabs and penile swabs and even swabs underneath fingernails, would that be something that needs to be recognized and considered?
Yes, typically when we're doing our testing, finding out the information of the length of time between when the alleged incident occurred and when the items were collected is helpful. Because in my experience, the longer the amount of time that goes on, the less DNA you would expect to find on an individual's body because of the fact that they can wash, go to the bathroom, things of that nature that can help remove DNA.
And then finally, if in the course of an investigation, one of the things that has been noted is that a subject of interest has changed clothing, is that going to be something that would be important for you to consider when you are receiving clothing and examining it for the presence of another individual's DNA?
Yes, typically in a case, we would want the clothing that they were wearing at the time of the alleged incident to be submitted to the laboratory because that is going to be the more intimate items. As people change and as, you know, if they put different clothes on, I wouldn't expect necessarily to find probative information from that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Ma'am, DNA can last a very long time, can it?
It can, yes, as long as it's stored properly, DNA can.
Even if it's not stored properly, there still can be the likelihood of finding DNA on an item, correct?
Yes, it can. There is heat, water, moisture, bacteria, mold. Those all do break down DNA, and they can happen relatively quickly. Humidity. So you typically would see DNA last on items for a long time if it is a cool, dry, dark environment.
Have you tested items that have been subjected to the elements for a period of time in your lab?
I have, yes.
And you have found on those items, on occasion, DNA, haven't you?
Yes, on occasion I have. Sometimes the DNA is degraded, but I have found DNA when it has been subjected to some of those extreme conditions.
And sometimes you find partial profiles and things like that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
In this case, were you asked to test any item from the scene where Breasia Terrell's remains were found?
I was not, no.
So after March of 2021, you were asked by no one to do any more testing?
No, I was actually not even familiar that she had been found.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I do have one final question. You talked about how DNA will degrade, and the best way to preserve that would be in a cool, dry, dark environment. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Speaks to conditions where we have an environment where it has been rainy, there's humidity, there's sunlight, and warmer temperatures. How would that impact DNA?
That would degrade DNA relatively quickly. Those environments do break down DNA, and I would not expect to get DNA if it's been an extended period of time.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
The state would call Patrick Sievert.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name?
Patrick Sievert, Patrick. Sievert is Sievert.
How are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed as a police officer with the Davenport Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Davenport Police Department?
17 years.
And currently, what capacity do you work for the Davenport Police Department?
I'm currently assigned as a corporal on afternoon shift patrol.
Have you held or worked in different areas within the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, I have.
What other areas have you worked?
Besides patrol, I've worked in our major case unit, our narcotics unit, our NETS unit, and our street crimes unit.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and any training that you've received for your positions?
I attended college at North Central College in Naperville, Illinois. Afterwards, I was hired by the police department, attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy. After the academy, received field training through the department, and then there's yearly training after that.
And did you say there's yearly training after that?
Correct.
And that's something you would have participated in throughout your entire employment with Davenport Police Department?
That's correct.
Now, back in July of 2020, in what capacity were you working for the Davenport Police Department?
At that time, I was a detective in our narcotics unit.
And on July 10th of 2020, were you asked to assist in executing a search warrant at a motorhome or RV located at 743 Schmidt Road?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have began executing that search warrant?
I believe it was early afternoon.
Now, prior to any searching, what did you do when you first arrived to that location?
When I first arrived, we did not have the warrant signed yet. We were preparing, so we did a search of the parking lot, looking for any evidence.
And after the search warrant had been prepared, how did you then proceed?
Initially photographed the exterior of the camper, then make entry and take overall photos of the interior.
Now, at that particular time, what was the purpose of that search warrant?
I believe it was to check for Breasia inside the camper.
And so, really, were you going in trying to look for any evidence of a crime scene or anything at that point in time?
Evidence of a crime scene, yes, but we didn't have any specific items we were looking for at that moment.
So really, you're just going in there looking to see if Breasia's there and to see what that scene appeared like.
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm handing what's been marked the state's exhibits 8-1 through 867. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what are these exhibits?
These were the photographs taken by me during the search warrant, the first search warrant.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the condition of this RV when you executed the search warrant, the first one, on July 10th, 2020?
Yes, I do.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 8-1 through 867 into evidence.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, so showing you first State's Exhibit 8-1, what are we looking at here?
This is the front end of the camper that the warrant was executed on.
State's Exhibit 8-2, what is this?
This is the front passenger side of the same camper.
And then State's Exhibit 8-3, what is that?
This is the passenger side of the camper.
State's Exhibit 8-9.
Is the view from the door looking into the camper.
So as you enter the camper, this would be the first thing that you see.
Correct.
This is State's Exhibit 8-10.
This is basically from the door looking towards the rear of the camper.
And can you just describe what different items are being shown here in this photograph?
This shows the kitchen and then a hallway leading to a bedroom.
State's Exhibit 8-12. What's being shown here?
This is from the doorway looking towards the front of the camper.
And State's Exhibit 8-13.
This is basically standing in the kitchen with a view towards the back of the camper.
And to the left of this photograph, is that a microwave?
Yes, it is.
This is State's Exhibit 8-14.
This is basically from the entry of the bedroom into the bedroom at the rear of the camper.
So 8-17. What's being shown here?
This is the bed and the exterior windows.
State's Exhibit 820, what's being shown here?
Underneath the bed,
And what does appear to be underneath the bed?
appears to be a small table.
And in the upper left-hand corner of this photograph, what is being shown?
There's a bottle of bleach cleaner.
Showing you State's Exhibit 821, what is being shown here?
This is the closet in the bedroom.
State's Exhibit 822, what's being shown here?
Items in the closet.
And then State's Exhibit 823,
More items in the closet.
and State's Exhibit 825, is that kind of an overview of the bedroom showing underneath and the spray bottle bleach?
That's correct.
It says State's Exhibit A26. What's being shown here?
This is a blue laundry basket that was located on the floor of the closet.
State's 828.
This is again the blue laundry basket with the contents.
State's 829.
This is the interior of the refrigerator.
And State's 830.
It's the interior of the freezer.
Fair to say both are pretty empty.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit A31. Where was this located?
This was, I believe, on top of, I'll be honest, I can't remember exactly where this was located. It was on top of some shelf, but I do not know exactly which one.
And what appears to be depicted in this photograph?
Spray bottle, some type of brush, and a mat of some sort.
And State's Exhibit A32.
This is there's a machete located on top of the microwave. This is depicting an overview of where that is located.
Now, when you were in this RV, approximately how tall are you?
I am 6 foot tall.
While you were standing there looking at the microwave, were you able to observe that machete just visually from how high you are, or how tall you are, excuse me?
Yes, I could see the machete from my height, yes.
Moving on then to State's Exhibit A33, what are we looking at here?
This is a closer view of the machete along with a digital scale that was located in the corner.
In order to take those photographs, how did you go about doing that?
These photographs were taken with my camera held about head height for me.
So can you demonstrate what you mean by that?
Yeah, it was held above my head like this with the camera being held about my height, or my head.
Going back just briefly to State's Exhibit 832, might be somewhat difficult to see here with the glare, but what portions of that machete are visible, I guess, if you weren't standing there looking right at it?
The handle is hanging off the edge of the microwave about 4 inches, I believe.
This is State's Exhibit 835. What is being shown here?
The idea of this photo was to show the stains on the carpet.
And then State's Exhibit A36. What's being shown here?
This is the chair and table with a Paw Patrol blanket and a Home Sweet Home pillow.
You indicated that's a Paw Patrol blanket.
Correct.
Do you know what Paw Patrol is?
I do, yes.
What is that?
It's a child's cartoon about dogs that rescue people.
On State's Exhibit A38,
It's a teddy bear on the chair.
while you were taking photographs in this RV, I'm showing you State's Exhibit A47. What are we being shown here?
This is the registration for the camper in the name of Nita McQuay.
Do you know who Nita McQuay is?
I do not.
It says State's Exhibit A49. What's being shown here?
I have, during this photo, I've opened that grocery bag to found some clothes inside. This is showing what was located inside that grocery bag.
In State's Exhibit A50,
There's another photo of the same.
at some point did you then start pulling items out of that grocery bag?
Yes, it did.
This is State's Exhibit A51.
This is a white T-shirt located in the bag. It was muddy and wet.
This is State's Exhibit A52.
These were jeans that were located in the grocery bag, also muddy and wet.
State's Exhibit A55.
Showing the size of the jeans.
To your knowledge, size 1 to 2, is that an adult female sizing?
Yes, I believe so.
State's Exhibit A57.
These were Under Armour shoes located in the grocery bag.
And State's Exhibit A62.
This is the size of the shoe, which is a 7.5 in the U.S.
Are you able to tell from the label if this is a male shoe or a female shoe based on the size?
I could not tell.
Now, any of the items that we've talked about here that were documented in these photographs, were they collected at this point in time?
The only item that we showed in the photographs that was collected was the digital scale.
Now, you've already mentioned a first search warrant being executed. At some point, was there a second search warrant executed at this same RV?
Correct. Basically, during the search, we notified our bosses of what we had located. The warrant we had didn't cover any of those items, such as machete or clothing, so another search warrant was drafted.
At some point, were you provided information that there had been a report of a machete and some involvement regarding a machete?
Yeah, there was information passed on to me that a knife of some type may have been used at some point.
And so at that point, application was made for a second search warrant, and did you execute that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
When did that occur?
Several hours after the first one.
But on July 10th?
Correct.
And during that search warrant, did you take additional photographs?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what are these exhibits?
These are my photos of the second search warrant.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the photographs or the condition and the items you would have collected during the execution of the second search warrant at this RV on July 10th, 2020?
That's correct.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would move to admit exhibits 9-1 through 9-13 into evidence.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so State's Exhibit 9-2, again, same RV that we were talking about in those previous exhibits, right?
Correct.
So 9-4, what are we being shown here?
This is the machete and how it overhangs the microwave.
State's Exhibit 9-5,
This is showing the blade end of the machete.
and while you were documenting this machete, did you make any observations of its condition?
As I was looking at it, I could see what appeared to be some type of white cloth or paper on the serrated edge of the machete.
This is State's Exhibit 9-7.
This is showing the sheath for the machete that was located kind of tucked underneath the couch.
Now, when you eventually did you collect both the machete and the sheath?
Yes, it is.
At any point in time, did you put the sheath on the machete to see if it fit or was a match or anything like that?
No, I did not.
This is State's Exhibit 9-9.
So this is the machete removed from where it was located on the microwave and placed in a box. This is, again, highlighting the paper or material located on the serrated edge.
And showing you then State's Exhibit 9-10, is that just a closer up of that serrated edge and the white pieces of what appear to be cloth or something along those lines?
Correct.
I'm showing you now State's Exhibit 67. You had previously testified that you did collect the machete. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 67?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 67?
This is the machete that I collected from the camper on top of the microwave.
And that would have been the camper located at 743 Schmidt Road that you collected on July 10th, 2020?
Correct.
And showing you then State's Exhibit 68, based on the label. Do you know what State's Exhibit 68 is?
Yes, I do. It's the sheath that was located on the floor.
And that would have been collected again on the same day, July 10th, 2020, from that same RV.
Correct.
After collecting these items, what would you have done with them?
Basically, take photographs and then place it in evidence.
And would that have been placed into evidence at the Davenport Police Station?
That's correct.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 67 and 68 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibits 67 and 68 will be admitted.
May I publish two more photos, Your Honor? So I want to show you again, this is State's Exhibit 833, which again would have been photographs taken the first time that you were at this RV. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
And again, the first time you were there and you were kind of reaching out your arms to take pictures of this machete, again, are you able to observe any of that white cloth or fibers, whatever that might be, on the machete here?
Yes, you can.
And again, in States Exhibit 834, again, a closer up image of that serrated part of the machete. Are you still able to observe those white pieces of cloth at that point?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I just want to summarize here. Essentially, your testimony involves serving 2 search warrants on July 10th of 2020 to that RV that we just looked at, right?
That's correct.
Okay. The first one was in the early afternoon on July 10th of 2020.
That's the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay, and then the next one was a couple or a few hours later, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about that clear spray bottle that you saw or you took a picture of the first time you were there. Any liquid inside that spray bottle?
Not that I recall.
Smell any bleach?
I did not spill any bleach.
Okay. I want to then talk to you about this machete that we've looked at a couple pictures of. I think you just testified that you saw some sort of cloth on it, right?
That's correct.
That machete is also the machete you just looked at, States Exhibit 67, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to hand you States Exhibit 67. And you would have been the person to collect this item, correct?
That's correct.
You can open it up and look at it. You would have also been the person to put the label on that box, right?
That's correct.
Okay, can you just read the label on that box?
Silver machete with black handle located on top of microwave. Appears to have blood fingerprint near the handle.
Okay. Can you tell me where you see blood?
There's also some photos of it, but there are a fingerprint, and then there's some type of reddish brown spot on the blade, on the blade near the handle, which I noted just to make sure other people were aware of that as well.
Just give me one moment here. This is States Exhibit 9-4. If you could use the pointer next to you, I can grab it.
Thank you.
Could you please just point to me where you see something to be appearing blood on that handle?
You cannot see it from this angle.
Okay. Well, did you have to flip it upside down?
Yes, I noticed it as I did the further examination after I removed it from this location.
Okay. Did you take a picture of what you saw that appeared to be blood?
Yes, it did.
Would it have been in State's Exhibit number 9?
Yes, it would have.
Showing you State's Exhibit 9-6. Can you see the stain that appears to be blood on that handle in this photo?
No, you cannot.
showing you State's Exhibit 9-9. Can you see it on this photo?
So the spot that I was indicating on, as far as the blood, is located right here.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Honor. So showing you State's Exhibit 911. Is this a closer up look at the areas that you thought you observed either blood and or a fingerprint?
That's correct.
And now, these were observations that you made just with your naked eye, correct?
That's correct.
Something that you would have documented and then turned over that information to a detective or to some sort of crime scene tech to allow them to do any sort of further analysis.
That's correct.
So you yourself didn't do any sort of testing to determine whether this was actually blood or a fingerprint or anything like that.
That's correct.
Do you know if there was any additional testing done on the machete yourself?
I believe so. I do not. I do not know for sure.
You would want us just to rely on the other individuals who would have done that testing and their results for those findings.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Sir, in your training experience, does that machete that we just looked at appear to be wiped down?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Why do you say that?
Oh, there's some look to be cleaning marks, I guess would be the best way. Water spots maybe on it would be the best way for me to describe it.
Your training experience, does it look like rust?
Possibility of rust, yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. O'Donnell,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
you may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, that would be our last witness for the day.
All right, thank you. I would like to make a record of our last bench conference. The bench conference concerned Exhibit 9-9-10. The defense objected to the witness conclusively testifying to fabric or fibers on that item based on the fact that that exhibit had not been admitted at that time. The defense did note that most likely there would be no objection to the exhibit once asked to be admitted by the state. The court noted there was confusing testimony provided by the witness at that time as to whether she was the actual person that identified viewing the fibers herself. The court sustained the objection and requested the state to rephrase. Is that a fair summary, Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Freeze?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll be in adjournment until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.